know it, right? Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. It's April the 2nd, 2024. Our thought for today is we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. This Sir Winston Churchill. I'm going to go ahead and officially call this meeting to order tonight. I'm going to ask if Commissioner Cowan, if you would lead us in our invocation tonight and our pledge, sir.
Our Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you, dear God, for your blessings. Lord, we thank you for our county. Lord, we thank you for all the people that offer their time to serve, because it's not easy. And Lord, we just ask you to bless them. We ask you, Lord, please give us wisdom tonight as we go through the business meeting of the county. And Lord, we just thank you for all things that you've done for us here in Newton County. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, I seek a motion that we'll approve the agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the agenda.
So moved.
I've already spoken. Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the agenda to add.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's the chairman in here.
Commissioner, guys, listen. We're not even going to start off like that. We're not going to start off like that. So you would like to amend the agenda to do what, ma'am?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. This is the 7th time that I'm asking to add the SPLOS 2017-2023 discussion in regards to the District 3 projects. Correction to the last meeting, I forgot that I asked via email to add it to the agenda 3 times. So this is the 7th time I'm asking in behalf of District 3 2017 SPLOS and 2023 to be added to the agenda as a discussion.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, can I come ask a question?
You need to make a motion whether to second it, and then we can get this. Well, we need to get a motion on the floor before we can get to discussion.
Okay.
So if you want to make a motion, you can, or is there a second? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackie, can you make sure you put in the minutes that's number 7?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I seek a motion that we approve the agenda, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It passes 3-1. Thank you. Next is citizens' comments about agenda topics only. Agenda topics only. You have 3 minutes to do so. You can come at this time. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Is the mic on? Can
Yep.
you hear me?
You got 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Butler, a taxpayer of Newton County, and I'm going to have to hurriedly say what I need to say. The chairman of the Board of Commissioners, Marcelo Baines, is uninformed about the ruling from the Supreme Court in 1976 and parliamentary procedures from Robert Rules of Order's Code of Conduct. Robert Rules states in a public meeting, okay, this is
number?
about 11, about citizen comments. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 11, citizen comment. Everyone attending a meeting should respect other attendees' right to both listen and be heard. The chairman, Marcelo Bain, approves all agenda items on Newton County agenda. Robert Rules of Order states the chairman should control the flow of the meeting by recognizing members who ask to speak. Robert Rules of Order state all members in a public meeting speak once before allowing another person to speak, to ensure citizens are informed and going to a meeting. The Supreme Court enacted open meeting laws in all 50 states since 1976. The Supreme Court ruled that a city ordinance imposing restrictions in a public meeting is unconstitutional. People have a right, freedom of speech in a public meeting. It is embarrassing, unprofessional, that the chairman of the board, Marcelo Bain, allows an agenda item by refusing to have citizens to speak at a board meeting. The chairman does not know the ruling by the Supreme Court and the Robert Rules of Order Code of Conduct. I ask, should we re-elect the chairman or commissioners that does not know the law or try to deny our rights? I want the chairman to answer my question. Was it his agenda item to deny us to speak, or was it a commissioner? If it was a commissioner, I want his name. I do not believe in throwing a rock and hiding your hand. Who this person is on the board is an enemy of Newton County. I would like to recommend the chairman, our commissioners, purchase a current Robert Rules of Order Code of Conduct, review the Supreme Court ruling before they put an item on the agenda. How can you conduct business in Newton County when our leaders don't know the law and don't know Robert Rules of Order? Cynthia Butler, thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Karen Brooks, 365 Hinton Road, Social Sector, Georgia.
Guys, so let's make sure we get this correct tonight. We don't do applauding and like that. It is an open public meeting, so please refrain from doing that. Thank you. Go ahead,
This
ma'am.
is regarding an agenda item,
Yes, ma'am.
the item of citizen comments. You elected officials probably refer to me as a constituent, a voter, or a resident of Newton County. I like to refer to myself as one of we the people. I cannot believe that on the agenda you actually have an item to remove citizen comments. We the people have already been censored on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So I'm guessing you're trying to follow their example, or someone is. Other avenues have sprung up that do not silence we the people, and we will make noise. I would ask, this is even legal under the sunshine laws. I can tell you that whoever votes to silence we the people should not be reelected or elected, for sure. Shame on whoever asked to put this on the agenda.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Hey, good evening. I'm speaking on 2 agenda topics tonight. My name is Samantha Day, and I'm from the Stoneleigh community, and I want to use my voice as a citizen to express some concerns. I am very disheartened that you as elected officials would want to silence your constituents. In today's society, we are constantly teaching our kids and people to stand up for any injustices and their opinions to create an inclusive community. However, by even discussing the removal of citizens' comments, you are silencing your constituents and not allowing them to have a voice. In my life, I have learned there will always be people who don't understand the decisions that you make. In addition, in every job you have people who complain and voice their unhappiness. It may not be done in a professional manner, but when you're on the receiving end, it's part of the job just to listen to them voice their complaints. I would like to share a quote tonight by Nicole O'Neill, and she said, "When you find the courage to use your voice, it has the power to positively inspire and change the lives of others. It's one of the special gifts you have to offer the world and is something to be cherished and championed, never hidden." So I encourage you tonight, when you have the discussion on removing citizens' comments, to think about the people's voices you are silencing and what you're teaching the future leaders of our country. Would you want to be compliant with all the rules, laws, and decisions that are made? Or would you want to speak up for what you believe? Now to move on to the other purpose that I'm here for tonight, the Stoneleigh community and the change of the ordinance for building permits. If you're part of the Stoneleigh community, please stand up. On March 19th meeting, Mr. Baines made a comment that we're trying to evict the property owner from his property. However, that is not our purpose. We simply want him to complete building his house or move his RV to an RV park that is equipped to handle the sewage and gray water disposal, which eliminate the environmental concerns that are arising with this said property. We would love to welcome this property owner to our community, but we need him to build his house. I am still concerned about where and if the waste is being disposed of properly, as there is no septic on the land to my knowledge. By getting the ordinance changed, we can prevent this from happening around the county. Did you know that in Newton County right now, there are over 100 land plots for sale, and a few of those plots are in Stoneleigh? I do not want to see this occur throughout the county where people can just pitch their RV and live there for an extended amount of time just because they simply moved a dumpster. We've been very graciously and been patient for 2 years for him to build his house. However, he's committed to not following through when building his home. And we need an ordinance in place to prevent this from occurring. And we do not want to see this go on for a whole nother year. Thank you. I hope y'all have a great evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dave Norton from New Bern. How y'all doing again?
Good evening.
In reference to citizens' comments, a couple of 100 years ago, people came over from overseas. The people that were already here, the Native Americans, they were silenced. Then those same people that came over, they brought some people over from Africa. They were silenced. Then in Nazi Germany, they silenced the Jews. So right now, the level of trust to the government is low. When you do these sort of things, it lowers the trust even more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Benjamin Deagle. I'm part of the Stoneleigh community. I'd like to voice a dissenting opinion about this. I keep getting these sticky notes on my mailbox. And the first thing I did when I found the first one is I went ahead and I went to the gentleman's property to go speak to him face to face. His name is Willie. He bought and paid for the land himself. He's building his house out of pocket so he doesn't tie up his money in a mortgage. And he's gotten permits for everything. He was a very, very nice fellow. And I believe in a community that builds trust and relationship with one another, to love thy neighbor. And I believe as a community we can actually go and maybe potentially help him out and make our neighborhood look the way we want to look. I don't believe in putting laws and restrictions on people without first discussing it with them. And come to find out, he has not received one of these notices. So we're talking a lot about silencing people. And to come to find out, he was trying to get silenced by not getting shown one of these things on his mailbox. So I gave him my copy. I made a photocopy of it. And then last week when I was out of town, I came home to another one, a second one on my mailbox. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the first meeting. I work an hour away from Oxford in Atlanta. So I apologize for my attire. I came straight from work. But I just really think I believe in love. I believe that I would like to be the change I want to see in a community, and it's just very disheartening to see people jumping to laws and not jumping to love. So that's just what I wanted to say. This is my first time here, so thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Annette Alston. I've not been to a meeting in a while, and I really had not intended to speak upon arriving here, but it's hard to believe that anyone would even consider not having citizens' comments. And then at the same time, you know, when trying to put an agenda item in place about the SPLOST, that was summarily put down. So it begs the question, how did that agenda item even get on there? I mean, how? And Mr. Baines, I apologize, but I have to hold you responsible because you're the chair. And an agenda item comes before you. You are the one who agrees to put the agenda item on. Just like You basically made a decision not to put hers on, dealing with SPLOST and District 3, which she's been trying to get on forever. So I'm not even in District 3. I don't understand. I'm just a citizen just watching, and it just doesn't make sense to me, because I know that if it was me and I was being given a hard time like that, to put something through that's going to help my people and my citizens, and then I keep getting slammed every time I do something to try to help my citizens, and I don't understand the reasoning behind it, and maybe you can explain that to the people here, because I'm confused. Perhaps everyone else in here is confused too. But we can put an agenda item to silence people, but you can't put an agenda item on to help a district in need. Figure that out.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be up here. I've got page 2, the rezoning. Is that an agenda item? Or
It
not?
is, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so everybody with that, get in line. Okay, I live off a Little Haynes Drive, which is near the rezoning on Kent Rock, where they want to rezone. Mr. Rousseau wants to rezone. He says at the last meeting it'll be just a mile and a quarter away. Everything else will be the same. I believe him. I want to point out some things. I just went and took some pictures of the place where he operates now. Loads of tires sitting around, junk cars, junk trucks, etc. A shed for a shop. They're not pulling in anywhere. So also I want to notice that when this was proposed, there was a lot of rules and regulations for him to follow. The lot was cleared against regulation, my understanding. The lot had a driveway put on it against understanding. There is access to Highway 138, a state highway. Can you just put a culvert in and anybody go out on a state highway now? So I just wonder, if he is not following rules now, will he follow the rules that were set in there when that comes about? My last thing, which is much more important, same but different, egress. I went out there today. When you're heading south on Highway 138, which is the way traffic will flow, you would turn into his property to the right. Where he's at now, there is 1/2 mile visibility in Walnut Grove. You ever been to Walnut Grove? It is straight, it is flat. He's in the middle of it. You can see it both ways. Where he wants to put his new lot, when you come up to it, there is 1/10 of a mile visibility before you see his driveway. So if there's a truck pulling out there, you got 6 seconds to stop if you see it immediately. It's not going to pull out and take off. It's going to pull out and go very slow. And if you're not watching when it pulls out, you might have 3 seconds to slam on your brakes to stop before his trucks head out. And they go south, he said, to I-20 and over to Texas. He said they go out to Texas. So let's say they're pulling into that lot, okay? Coming up 138 north on a hill. How long will it take you to pull in that lot? Going uphill, pulling uphill in the lot.
Sir. Hey, guys, if you would, thank you.
Okay, so when they're coming back from their runs, they're going uphill, they're going to pull in an uphill lot, there's cars coming over the hill with 1/10 of a mile visibility to a semi-tractor trailer pulling out or pulling in over that hill. Probably going to take 10 or 15 seconds. Everybody coming down that hill, hopefully they stop. It's going to be very dangerous now. Used to be my kids were driving there. They drive there now because they come and visit. Soon will be my grandkids driving there. I still drive there, and I'm not getting any better about driving. I'm worried about the safety, and I'm also worried that, as he said, it will be the same, which go look up in Walnut Grove. You'll see it's not a pretty picture up there that he wants to move into our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Guys, we got enough time for about 3 more people. Next, if you would, come on up.
My name is Todd Richards. I live on 155 Little Haynes Drive, and I drove an 18-wheeler for 35 years, so maybe I can give y'all a little bit of a different perspective on this. I had so much to say, I had to write it down to get it under 3 minutes. In my opinion, this is not a drop yard. 24/7, it's going to be open, never closed. Trucks will be coming in and out day and night. It has an office, it has a shop, and this place needs to be considered, it needs to be either on the access road on the side of the interstate are in industrial area where noise and traffic is not an issue. All other businesses are 9 to 5 in the area, 9 to 5-ish. They don't stay open all the time, they don't have shops running and all that stuff. He says the shop just changed tires and stuff. Changing tires is the loudest thing you can do to an 18-wheeler because you have to use these great big air wrenches to get the nuts off. And they are very loud. And if you're doing that at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to wake people up. Let's see, there are houses all around the area. 138 has too much traffic now. How can an 18-wheeler grossing as much as 80,000 pounds pulling a 53-foot trailer, that's a big unit, plus the tractor, you're talking 70 feet or more long. This is a big unit. And not only that, but if you can picture Conyers here and Walnut Grove here, the side going up to Conyers, you can see the place far enough ahead. But the other way, like Jim was saying, the cars go in a dip, and they come up a dip from Walnut Grove, and there they are, and there's a truck pulling out. You're going to have these cars, speed limit's 55. These cars are going to be running 60, 65. You know how it is. They're going to be running fast, and they're going to top that hill, and that truck pulls out. They're either going to hit him in the tractor, or if they go under his trailer, they're going to lose their heads. So this is a dangerous situation coming from Walnut Grove. This is not good. And the last thing I want to say is planning did not approve this. And I think they made the right decision not to approve it because there's a big safety issue. There's going to be a lot of noise. The shop has big 14-foot bay doors. And at night, they're going to leave them all open. So running them air wrenches, he said, well, I'm doing the work in the shop. It might as well be outside with all them bay doors.
Thank you so much, sir.
And
Thank you.
I do not recommend this.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Randy Berger. My wife and I have been taxpayers in Newton County for going on 10 years now. I'm here to speak to the rezoning with the two previous gentlemen just spoke to. Before I get too into it, I'd want to make sure that all of you please take an opportunity and look at some of the photos and maps that I took today of this area. It illustrates everything that these two gentlemen were just speaking of about the speed limit, the safety issue, the hill, the blind hill that they have to come out of, the entranceway off the state highway that they put in there with the culvert. That's already an issue, is putting rocks, big rocks, not number 57 rocks, big rocks, onto Highway 138 in an unsafe area. I've also illustrated in these photos how he has been doing work. And to my understanding, there's no approval or permits to do any work there. No clearing or nothing. And he's cleared nearly a 5-acre lot already. So please take a look at the photos that I have provided so you have a little more in-depth knowledge of what I'm speaking of. Public safety, that's the number one issue that we're going to have a problem with because the speed limit, like Todd said, my neighbor, is 55 miles an hour. It's not 45 miles an hour, and it does come over a blind hill, and nobody does 55 miles an hour in there. Nobody. The average speed is 65. A lot of people do 70 miles an hour through there. There's no way trucks can turn in and out off of Kent Rock, off of Mount Zion, off the entrance that he has now. It's just not possible. People are going to die. That's all there is to it. In the area, because of intersections like this, Miller Bottom Road, up the road in Walton County, there's another intersection. I can't remember the name of the road. There's been over 50 accidents this year. Over. And a lot of those resulted in fatalities. And that's what's going to happen. We're going to have more fatalities if you let this happen. Secondly, the public health. This sits on top of the Newton County watershed there. And you can't tell me this guy's just going to change tires there. It's not going to happen. He's gonna change oil, he's gonna change antifreeze, he's gonna do all this stuff to his trucks, grease and everything else. And he's right at the top of the hill, at the top of the watershed, where we all get our drinking water from. This is unacceptable. Let's see, what else do I have here? Got the speeds, school buses. Several school buses routes go through this area multiple times a day. Not just Newton County, but Walton County school buses go through here also. That's a big thing to consider. And as Jim said, if he's not doing the right thing right now, there's no way on this earth that he's going to do the right thing if you approve this.
Thank you, sir.
It's going to grow, and it's going to be more than it
Thank-
ever should be.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Willie Smith, and I'm at 96 Westlake Drive, Oxford, Georgia. In Stoneleigh subdivision. I am the guy, my wife and I, Adrian Smith, that owns the camper and own that property at 96 Westlake Drive. First of all, I'd like to say to this committee and everyone here today, I'm an ordained minister first, so I can't deal with any foolishness or no mess. So I just want to make that clear. That's why I never came to say anything, but out of those first, me and my wife decided to build our dream home there, and we bought that property. And we went to build our house, and I own my own business. I'm a contractor in DeKalb County, but a couple of contracts fell through. And thank God, today I just signed one for $800,000. But anyway, we was gonna build our house out of our pocket. I wish, like Ben said, someone would have came and said something to us about whatever it was. We would try to accommodate that. But anyway, moving forward, we had a contractor out of Edenton, so we got a loan, but now I can pay it off. So we finna build this house. And by June, we should have it dried in, framed up. The plan is to get the outside done first and then go to the inside. But anyway, so we asking for an extension for like, I think it probably be another 4 or 5 months before we can complete the whole house. And I know it has been 2 years, and me and my wife, believe me, we do not want to live in a camper. We're tighter than you are. But anyway, I want to make this clear to you. I think a change should be in stipulation of filing complaints. All the complaints that was filed against my wife and I, everything was false. And I think that people can use that complaint thing because it's open to the public to use it to their advantage for a vehicle to just see a person. If you don't like something, you can come out and just say, well, we're gonna go file a complaint. And we're gonna get us a whole group of people, or whatever we do, we don't like what we see. I would think for Newton County, come out, go talk to the person. Go and talk to that family, see who they are. See what type of people they is. You don't know what kind of trouble or what a person is going through. But I know it's political grandstanding for Elena Sanders. And what a circus we have here in Newton County with this thing. What a circus. And it's sad. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, sir, you have about 1 minute left before we go to public comment. Thank you, sir.
First of all your items you have here, you keep linking them in as they join together. They need to be separate. They need to be separate. You got items from 3 to 5, whatever. Now with the items right here, you got them from 12 to 18. 12, 13, no concern. From 14 down, the zoning is no way possible we can put a fleet or parking and everything in District 3 or any other area, because what it brings in is also not only parking, it brings in drugs, it brings in prostitutes, it brings in all that. I have a trucking company, and I do that. I'm gonna take these off because I read with this. But what I'm saying to the commissioners, if you allow this to come in, you gonna bring in everybody else from downtown. I retired from Fulton County, tax assessor office, the manager, and know all this for a fact. So we don't need to have that. Thank you. How you doing, Ms. Ronnie? Everybody. But we don't need that. Now y'all keep linking in all these agendas to cover up, and it's only 2 or 3 measures that we're talking about. But if I say 12 to 18, I got to bring all of them up. But what I'm telling you is, if you allow this down here on Almond Road, coming around McDonald's, all I did, the state approved for the access, but it did not approve to have the trucking and all this.
Thank you.
Hey, that thing to a ticket.
Thank you.
I understand what you said.
Thank you, sir, but we gotta,
is on record.
but we gotta go to public, and we gotta go
You
to
go
our
there,
zoning.
That thing on record. But what I'm telling you is this.
Sir, we got to go into our zoning.
You have to. You have to abide by
We
what
got-
the citizens are
Sir,
saying. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Y'all a mess, man.
Thank you.
Ms. Applewhite. Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman and Board.
Max, you guys again, guys, we're in a public meeting. Please refrain from talking inside the public meeting, please. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you. We have a few petitions this evening, Chairman. Our first petition today is a conditional use permit. Case number is CUP 24-00002. The proposed use is an office with fleet parking, currently located at 90 Almond Road. The parcel size is 11.45 acres. The tax ID is 0025093. The future land use map is a development node. The existing zoning is highway commercial, and it's also in the Almond Overlay Tier 2, which is a non-residential mixed-use tier. Watershed is the Yellow River, located in Commissioner District 3. The owner is listed as MI Sweetwater LLC. The petitioner is Owen Medour, and the representative today is Jordan Edwards from the Galloway Law Firm. An applicant's intent is to establish an office with fleet parking and storage. So the subject site, as we said, the subject site is actually an irregularly shaped lot. It is long and narrow and has only limited road frontage on Almond Road overpass to the west. It is located currently behind a gas station, which sits, and you'll see the aerial shows where the gas station sits. It is also flanked to the north by a railroad, and on to the south is adjacent to I-20, Interstate 20, and it has the Yellow River on the east side of it. And again, it's 11.45 acres and currently zoned highway commercial. There is an existing building on the property, which applicant is proposing to use for the business. So based on the site plan that was received back in February of this year, we looked at a few items. Your fencing, the property development standards, general design standards, and signage. The site plan and the letter of intent indicates the property will be used for an office with fleet parking business, and the applicant has provided development services with a survey. And they will use the existing entrance off of Almond Overpass Road. They will be parking pickup trucks. The fleet consists of pickup trucks for the business that will be located there. And any signage that goes up has to be in accordance with section 525-020D of the ordinance. In conclusion, the applicant is proposing to lease the office to an established provider of erosion control services. And this provider would primarily use the property for storing silt fence products in the existing building and parking the small number of pickup trucks it uses to transport these materials to the local construction sites. Staff recommends that should the board approve this CUP, it should be approved with the following recommended conditions. So should a petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved for a CUP for an office with fleet parking, conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. So the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards and regulations. 1, the CUP will be for an office with fleet parking. 2, prior to the allowance of any outdoor storage on the property, the applicant will provide a plan showing area in which the storage will occur and to be approved by Development Services. 3, outdoor storage is limited to 25% of the lot should they opt to do that. 4, outdoor storage areas and their refuse containers shall be screened and buffered so as not to be visible from the public right-of-ways or abutting residentially zoned properties. 5, truck parking is limited to the fleet owned by the business. 6, the business must obtain all approvals from the department as well as obtain and maintain a business license. And 7, the record service, salvage yard, abandonment, recovery or repossession of automobiles and trucks and temporary storage of said vehicles is prohibited. So this is the property we're looking at. You see this has an elongated shape. We've got the Yellow River on the eastern boundary here. There's a railroad to the north, and of course Interstate 20 to the south, and this is the Almond overpass here, and their entrance is just at the top here. Current zoning is highway commercial, and there's similarly zoned commercial properties. All the red and pink properties are commercial. The yellows are residential. It's in the Yellow River watershed. This is a development node, so pretty much the entire node up here is a development node for the future land use map. The green would be the Parks, Rec, and Conservation, basically follows the Yellow River and its tributaries and any floodplain areas. This is a survey that was submitted by the applicant. And this is their concept plan. So it shows this is the existing building and the proposed parking area on the existing gravel patch in the blue. And if there are any questions, this is a public hearing, Chairman.
Thank you. Just need to go to the public hearing. Is that correct?
It is
That's
a
correct.
public hearing, sir, yes.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open up for our public hearing tonight. The applicant and those that want to speak in favor tonight, you may come at this time. You have 10 minutes to do so. Please state your name and your address for the record, please. The applicant and those that wants to speak in favor tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and Board. Thanks for having me. My name is Jordan Edwards, 4062 Peachtree Road, Atlanta 30319. Here to speak for the applicant and property owner tonight in this request for a conditional use permit to allow office with fleet parking at 90 Almond Road. Ms. Applewaite's report was comprehensive, so I don't want to spend too much time rehashing all that. I do want to also introduce, though, Glenn Phillips. He's in the back here. He's with TEC, the erosion companies. That's the business that will be operating this use if the board approves the use permit tonight. And he can speak to any specific questions you'll have about that. But in a nutshell, TEC does provide sedimentation control measures at construction sites. And that is essentially silt fences and similar kinds of materials to keep mud in construction sites and not leaking out into roads and streams. So that might sound simple. It's not. It's very important work. And TEC's been doing it for a very long time. So they've been in business for more than 25 years. They started up in Cherokee County, Woodstock, just at one location at the beginning, and now they have 17 offices in 5 states. So they're a very responsible company, and they know what they're doing very well. From a land use standpoint, what they'd be doing as far as zoning is operating a small office that would provide administrative and support services for their teams. Those teams load up silt fence and those other materials in pickup trucks and then drive to construction sites in surrounding counties and then install it there. So other than the office, there's going to be very little actual activity during the day on the site. Those fleet vehicles, pickup trucks, 350s and the like, park overnight and then are in use early the next morning. Now, the property itself, as Ms. Hathaway's already described, is actually kind of awkward and honestly not much use for a whole lot of things, but it's actually perfect for this specific use. On its four sides, the property is next to the back of a gas station that's on Almond Road, a railroad right-of-way that's 100 or 150 feet wide. That's standard. The Yellow River on the east side, and then I-20 to the south. So the only private property it's adjacent to is the gas station, and that's just the back of it there. It's about 11 acres, but TEC would actually only be using 1 acre, leasing 1 acre of it. That 1 acre is in the center of the property, and again, it is just not close to any neighbors or anything like that. It is essentially, one benefit of this property is its location very close to the Almond Road on and off ramps on 20. So the benefit there is that the fleet vehicles are going to spend hardly any time at all on local roads to be able to get onto 20 and then off to their job sites very quickly. And the other thing I want to point out is that TEC is going to use the existing development on the property. So as a result of this use permit, there's not going to be any new development on the site. The property is already zoned for this use. It just needs this use permit, so we don't need a rezoning. Planning Commission recommended approval of this request with several conditions that Ms. Hathaway has already been through. We've got no issues with any of those conditions, so we just respectfully ask that you vote to approve it tonight. We'll be happy to answer any questions you've got. Otherwise, I'll reserve what time I've got left just in case.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to speak in favor? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Thank you. We want to move over to those that would like to oppose tonight. You also have 10 minutes to do so. If you would, please state your name and your address for the record, please. If you would like to oppose tonight, you may come at this time. Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Thank you, sir. Ms. Applewhite. I think this is in District 3.
Chairman, I would like to add also that the Planning Commission recommended approval for this project, for this petition.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
I did receive calls from residents once this was approved by the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, some residents cannot make the Planning Commission meeting. I wish they were taped so they could actually go back and see those various items. The public meeting should be taped. But I would like to table this for them to speak to the residents of that area because of the concerns they had. So there needs to be a conversation. Was there, let me ask this question first. Was there a meeting for those that live in that area? Although it may be on the interstate portion, but there are homes that are kind of sort of close to the area. So they need to know that this is coming. So has there been any conversation with the residents in that area?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner, I don't know if the applicant reached out privately to them, but we have not had a community meeting.
Okay. So I would like to table this and have a meeting scheduled here at the courthouse for those residents in the area to discuss with the applicant. So I would like to table item number, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses today. Forgive me, CUP 2400002. To table it, how many days has to be tabled to? For what, 60 days or 30 days?
Bring it back in June. That would be adequate time.
Okay, June.
Yes.
The first meeting in June.
Is there a second?
Second meeting in June.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motion that we table this and second. It's been tabled this by Commissioner Sanders and second by Commissioner Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor? You had a question? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Commissioner Calvin.
Okay, is this the old OH Materials building, Stan, do you remember? Is that the old building that OH Materials was over there, that occupational hazard stuff, they handled hazardous stuff? Building's still there, and it's actually down in a hole, kind of. You can't really see anything from the interstate, I don't believe. I just want to make sure I knew it was the right place. Okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Of tabling? Oh, yeah.
It's 5-0, stand table. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. Our second petition this evening is a rezoning, and it has a companion case, which is a conditional use permit. This is also an office. The applicant intends to have an office with fleet parking and having truck repair abilities for his fleet. The applicant is Ms. Alexander Russo. He has asked or put in a request for the board to table his petition until the June meeting so that he can have an opportunity to address the planning commission's and the residents' concerns that arose at the planning commission meeting. And this would be for the rezoning case as well as the companion case following it.
Thank you. There's been a request to table this. Is that motion supported? No? Thank you. Ms. Applewhite, continue, please.
Mr. Chairman, our next report today is REZ 24-000003. There is a companion case, CUP 24-000001. The future land use map for this property is commercial. The existing zoning is agricultural residential. The proposed zoning is highway commercial. The watershed is the Big Haynes Creek. It is located at 4331 Highway 138. The parcel size is 5.11 acres. Tax ID is 36-23. It's just the one parcel he's looking at. This is located in Commissioner District 3. Character area is low density, rural residential. And the owner and the petitioner is Alexander Russo. An applicant's intent is to seek the rezoning from agricultural residential to highway commercial to establish an office with the fleet parking business, and as well as to allow truck repair for his fleet. And just a brief history on this parcel. In September of 1999, it was rezoned from AR to CH to construct a commercial shopping center. This as well as the lot adjacent to the north of it. So he owns two parcels, but he's only looking to rezone just the one. But both were rezoned back in 99. This, however, reverted back to the AR zoning because the shopping center was never built. In June 16, 2020, we had a petition for a rezoning from agricultural to highway commercial again, and that was also followed by a companion case, a conditional use permit, and it was to seek an office with fleet parking and repair. This was subsequently withdrawn by the applicant at the time. And then we have some of the concerns at that time would have been the increased traffic on the County Kent Rock Road, which is adjacent to this property, and also how the use would potentially affect property values in the area. On March 26th of 2024, the Planning Commission denied the petition by a vote of 4-0. And again, the concerns centered about what the residents had raised as well as traffic on Highway 138. And just a brief layout of the subject site. It is 5.11 acres. Tax ID is 36-03, currently zoned agricultural residential. It is surrounded by both commercial and residential properties, and is currently on developed land. It is in the character area, low-density rural residential. The one appropriate use for this, I have the uses here, I'm not going to read through everything, but we have neighborhood level commercial, and an appropriate zoning is the highway commercial. And we have our site plan analysis. This was submitted to the site plan was submitted to the department on January 5th of this year. In terms of land use, he is proposing to rezone just the 5.11 acres, again, for the use of the office and the fleet parking. And we have the access will be on Highway 138. And of course, he would have to do whatever improvements GDOT recommends, since they control that state highway. The maximum impervious surface for the Big Haynes Creek watershed, they're allowed up to 25% impervious surface. But the applicant is proposing to use gravel parking for the fleet. And we do have our minimum setbacks for that particular zoning. And this is already included in your packets. And we have the other considerations. The property or that area, there's a significant amount of rock. So to have multiple septic systems for a residential development may not be a suitable use. It's probably more suitable for some kind of a non-residential use. And for the Big Haynes Creek, the reason why he has to do the conditional use permit is because it is a requirement for the Big Haynes Creek if you want to do this kind of a business in that watershed. Landscaping and buffers, the applicant is proposing to leave the buffer along Kent Rock Road undisturbed and to landscape somewhere along Highway 138, so to shield the business from neighboring residential properties. In conclusion to findings, there are factors which would support the rezoning request, such as the future land use map, which has already identified this area for commercial development. However, some of the properties in the area have remained residential or have residential uses, or they're undeveloped or vacant land. There is an auto auction business is approximately 3 miles to the west of this business. Recommended conditions. Should this petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved highway commercial, conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. Where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the property as follows. A, to keep it as an office with fleet parking, truck repair. B, the following uses shall be prohibited: adult bookstore entertainment, auto auction, bar nightclub, campground or RV park, a flea market, go-kart facility, homeless shelter, kennel, manufactured home or modular home sales, rental repair, a manufactured home or modular home display, mini warehouses, pawn shop, including title loan businesses, a salvage or operation or junkyard, tattoo, body piercing, parlor, studio, tree service. 2, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following: the legal description received on January 5th that was submitted to the department, and the said site plan is currently conceptual only. It must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance and these conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. 3, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. A, provide a proper ingress and egress to the site as required on Highway 138. B, there shall be no access for trucks from Kent Rock Road. C, approval from GDOT for an access point on Highway 138 is required prior to an LDP being issued. D, stormwater plan to be reviewed and approved by the Newton County Stormwater Manager. E, provide downcast lighting. F, refuse areas and receptacles shall be placed in an accessible location in the corner farthest from the public streets and shall be enclosed on all 3 sides with solid opaque walls. The 4th side shall be a self-closing opaque gate. The walls and gates shall be a minimum of 12 inches higher than the receptacle. And G, the landscape plan to be approved by the Newton County landscape architect. So this is an aerial view of the property. Mr. Russo currently owns both of these properties. He's only seeking to rezone the southern part. We have Kent Rock Road on this end here to the east, and we have Highway 138 south of it. This is the current future land use map. It shows the parcels that were rezoned, that had the flume amended to being commercial. We've got the auto auction yard here, this large commercial parcel here. And even these are commercially zoned properties adjacent to him and opposite. This one is undeveloped, and we have a residential use on this one here. This is undeveloped right now, and there's a residential use on that one. So this is the zoning map. As you can see, the parcel adjacent to the west is commercial, and opposite over 138 is also commercial. Every area in green, those are agricultural residential zonings, along with the subject parcel. It is in the Big Haynes Creek watershed. This is the parcel here. This is a survey that was submitted. This is a concept plan that was submitted. He's showing the entrance off of 138, the area where the fleet will be parked. And at the Planning Commission, Mr. Russo expressed that this building would be for the office/shop where he could do repairs as needed on his fleet. They're going to maintain an undisturbed buffer along Kent Rock Road to currently shield any residences, and as well as along this way. And we do have a concept, so this shows the tree buffer that he will be maintaining. This is a concept landscape plan or tree site plan. and if there are any questions for staff. If not, Chairman, this is a public hearing as well.
Thank you so much. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, you may come at this time. You have 10 minutes to do so. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, you may come at this time. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, you may come at this time. Anyone want to speak in favor? Anyone want to speak in favor? Thank you. We also allow 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose tonight. You may come at this time. Please state your name and your address for the record, please. Sir, if you would, please step right here.
Hey, I'm Jim Burkholder, 105 Little Haynes Drive. I want to mention two things quickly. Number one, there's no rock issue up there. Anybody living up there have a rock issue?
Sir,
we've
please.
all got septic tanks.
Thank you.
There's no rock issue. That keeps getting mentioned, so I want to mention there's no rock issue up there. That's number one. Number two, the auto auction, we're not happy about it. I get auto parts washed into my lot occasionally, but they beat us out there. We're not going to ask them to move. If they tried to come now with the auto auction, we'd say no, but they're there. They beat us out there. Good for them. I'm done.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the time.
Good evening.
My name is Lou LaRocca. I actually live on Kent Rock Road. I live on the main part of Kent Rock Road, where once upon a time a car actually drove through my front family room windows because of the nature of that road. It's curvy, no shoulders, and we have tractor trailer problems already down that road every single day. Trucks coming from Copart cutting through from Loganville. I know the applicant can say that his trucks won't be allowed there, but the drivers will do whatever they want when they're trying to get home to their families. They will cut through. There is no regulations on that road to keep tractor trailers off of it. And I oppose this just because of that. I've seen tractor trailers come down that road and force other cars into the culverts because it's so narrow. The point the gentleman just made before me, I wrote it down. We're all on septic and well. I know Newton County has water on that side, but there's no rock issues. And again, the drivers will take any road they want to get home. I appreciate the time. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hello again. My name is Jim Reese. I'm president of the HOA, Kent Rock Estates South, and I would beg you to find a better fit for this company. There are no commercial buildings in that intersection, even though that's commercial property right there. What that map does not show you is that there's not a gas station or any commercial buildings within a mile of that intersection. And I did not move from Gwinnett to a residential rural area in my estate's establishment to get moved out by a truck stop and in my main intersection. How am I going to keep the property values? I mean, just think about your neighbors. I'm really concerned about what this is going to do to my neighborhood. Thank you.
Sir, next, please.
My name is Randy Berger. I live right behind the auto auction, along with several of these people. I wanted to, a new thing, the photos that I mentioned earlier, there are 3 or 4 of them that if you want an example of what this lot is going to look like, there are some photos there of the applicant's temporary lot a couple miles up the road in Walnut Grove. And that's just his temporary lot waiting on this big one to get done. Look at those pictures. You'll get an idea of what this place is going to look like and smell like. I wanted to hit it again about the school buses. The school buses go through there while school's in session. Obviously, multiple buses, multiple times a day from Newton County and Walton County. Wouldn't that be a shame? He hit on the property values. when we purchased our home, property values were pretty stable. They've been pretty stable, slightly going up in the 10 years that we've been here. If this happens, we know what's going to happen. Everybody knows what's going to happen. It's going to go right back down, and it's not going to stop. That's all I have. Please deny this.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good evening again. In my 35 years of driving, I've been to a lot of truck terminals.
Speak in the microphone for me, please. Thank you.
In my 35 years of driving, I've been to a lot of different truck terminals, and all truck terminals are in industrial areas because of the sound and the traffic, and just they're too noisy, and they operate 24/7. And that's where this place belongs. I've never seen one in an area with so much residential around it. And secondly, this ought to be the first issue on everybody's mind is safety. And I'm telling you, people coming from Walnut Grove, they go down in that hole, and then they come up. When they come up, they're going to be running 65, 70 mile an hour, not knowing anything's wrong, and there's going to be a truck trying to ease out in front of them. It's going to take them 15 to 35 seconds just to get out of their way. Well, by then, they're going to be dead stop. So I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of bad accidents, and I mean some really gory accidents happen. Cars start running under these trailers. I mean, this one issue should weigh heavy on everybody right there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Steve Holzhausen. I'm at 160 Lowell Haynes Drive. When I was in the military, I moonlighted as a paramedic. I can't tell you how many times I saw head-on collisions. I don't know if any of you've seen one firsthand from a medic standpoint. I say that to tell you that my wife and I both work in Loganville. We come out, we turn down Kent Rock Road. I can't tell you how many times I've been in that turning lane and somebody's coming from Walnut Grove, head-on, in the turning lane, coming towards me. That's exactly what's going to happen whenever we have something like this and tractor trailers sitting out there waiting to turn in because somebody didn't move or something didn't happen. He's waiting to turn in. Somebody's going to get into that turning lane, and they're going to end up killing somebody right there. I couldn't tell you how many times I've been out there, and I've been on that scene, guys. Sorry. Secondly, I also have got an online petition. I'll be glad to share it with you guys. I've got over 400 online Newton County residents that are against this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
My name is John Clemens, and I have stood before you before on a similar project on Highway 278 and Social Circle Road. I'm in District 5. I'm against this for the very reason that I was against what was happening out on Social Circle Road. The impact that is happening when you put something of this nature in that area. I don't even go over there hardly at all. I don't know anything about it other than the fact that I can understand why these people are concerned and the impact it's going to have. 138 is not a slow highway, so I can understand their concern for safety as well as other issues, and I just wanted to voice my opinion from the other side of the county. We need to look out for the whole county, not just parts of it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Andrea Berger. I live on Little Haynes Drive.
Yep. Can you talk in the mic for us, please? Thank you.
Okay. So I wanted to add to a couple of things that were mentioned. First off, we already have an excessive amount of big rigs traveling up and down 138 because we are the main intersection from Highway 78 up in Monroe to where they go up to the Walmart distribution center all the way down to Highway 20. And when the big rigs come up that hill, where they have that 1/10 of a mile traveling 55 miles an hour, and a big rig is coming out of that parking lot, they will not, I don't care what you say, they they will not have that opportunity to stop. Cars, possibly. Big rigs, absolutely not. Now, I did notice that they made a grand gesture with all the landscaping, but you see no satellite photos of the agricultural areas that are surrounding this lot, which do have cows and other animals on these lots that are just marked as vacant. They do have farm animals on those lots, and I noticed that they did not add those lots into the photos, the aerial photos, but we did put a couple of aerial photos as well with the photos that we submitted, so please take a look at those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Have 1 minute and 39 seconds left.
My name's Wayne Casey. I live about 1/3 of a mile off of 138 on Kent Rock. And I'd just like to reiterate what a couple people have said about the traffic. It is horrendous out there. I've tried to turn many, many times into Kent Rock and sit there sometimes 3, 4, 5 minutes to make my turn. Also coming out when I was on my way over here tonight, I probably sat there 2 minutes to make a left-hand turn because of the traffic coming in both directions, not just one direction. And what everybody has said about the speed on that road, it may be marked 45 to 55, 45 in some areas, 55 in others. But there's a lot of people that go a lot faster than that, and it's pretty reckless driving on that road at times. And I'd just like to reiterate the traffic and safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have 48 seconds left. 48 seconds left.
Dave Norton of New Bern again. In the planning and zoning, one of the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission had an issue. The building was labeled as office space. There was nothing in there for repair. The applicant, who needs a civics lessons, I guess, he stated he would be doing minor repair. There would be some noise, but the Planning Commission member had an issue because that was not listed in there at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? 20 seconds left. Ms. Applewhite. That portion of our public hearing is closed. I think this is also in District 3. Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you so much. First, I want to applaud the residents of Kent Rock. It is really important to speak up and speak out of the things that you want to see and don't want to see in your community. Sometimes I get told it's a political move, but as a commissioner and a representative, it's not political when you're helping your residents. And so I applaud you for being here and speaking up. And on January 4th, I actually received an email from Mr. Krebs in regards to what was happening. And this was before he even came before the Planning Commission. The applicant, well, I don't think he was an applicant then or not. He was laying rock and everything and didn't have a permit. And I went out there myself and I took pictures and I sent it to Planning and Zoning. And I was informed that there were not going to be any more activity. There was a stop work order. So I understand where these residents are coming from. If he's not going to obey the law or the ordinance that are put in place or get a permit to do what he needs to do, then what makes us know that he's going to do the right thing. So there was a reason why I did not put a motion to table it, because I heard from the residents, I spoke to them. They've gone through this for 4 years. They've even said they tried to speak to the applicant before, and as you can see, you saw the list where it was pulled, I think in 2016, correct me if those dates are wrong. So they've been going through this for a while. And so the reason why I am going to put a motion now, I'm going to say a motion to deny REZ 2400003 is because these applicants spoke up, spoke out, and the resident and the applicant basically did not hear the residents. They are living in this area, they pay their taxes, and they have a right to speak up on what they would like around their area. Thank you.
There's been a motion made by Commissioner Sanders to deny. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Commissioner Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor? That motion passed. It stand denied. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite. Got it.
Thank you, Chairman. So because the Rezoning was denied. We are not going to move ahead with with the companion case. So there's no need to present the conditional use permit.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Because the rezoning was denied,
Okay.
there's no need to move forward with the conditional use permit application at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Petition at this time.
Okay.
So our next petition this evening is also a conditional use permit. It is CUP 24-000003. It is for a commercial child daycare center. It's located at 2626 Highway 212. That is the suite number. The parent parcel's address is actually 2600 Highway 212. The parcel size is 2 acres. The tax ID is 51-6J. The future land use map is a mixed use. The existing zoning is general commercials in the South River watershed, located in Commissioner District 1. The owner is listed as A&M Partnership, LLC, and our petitioner is Cinnamon Sarton. The applicant's intent is actually to expand their existing commercial daycare center into a new building and location in the general commercial zoning district. So in April of 2022, the Planning Commission approved a CUP to locate a daycare in the same parcel but in suites 2606, 2608, and 2610 on Highway 212. And on May 17th of 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved that conditional use permit for the daycare. Now they're looking to, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the new location as well by a vote of 4-0, and this was on March 26, 2024. So the site contains 2 acres, zone general commercial, and it is located in an area surrounded by both commercial and residential properties. There are 2 6,000 square foot commercial buildings on the property. And the new location that they are proposing is in the second building on the property, number 2626. And the site plan was submitted to Development Services back in February of this year. And according to the site plan and the letter of intent, the property will be used for a commercial daycare center. The applicant provided us with a survey. The property has a paved entrance and parking lot in front of the building, and the existing building meets or exceeds all the minimum building setbacks per section 270050B of the property development standards in our UDO. And the signage will be according to section 525-020D. This is the section that is applicable to a commercial child daycare. It is included in your packets, so I won't read through it. But in conclusion, staff would recommend approval of this conditional use request to expand the commercial daycare center into a new building location with staff recommendations. And should the petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved for a conditional use permit subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. And where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the board. 1, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards. A, limit the number of total occupants per suite to the occupant load as set by the Newton County Fire Marshal. B, provide a copy of the Bright from the Start state license for the subject location to Development Services before any business license can be issued, and maintain a Bright from the Start state license while in operation. C, provide a sprinkler inspection to the Newton County Fire Marshal, and the inspection must be approved prior to the release of a business license. D, prior to the release of the business license, provide a copy of an approved fire inspection from Newton County Fire Marshal to Development Services, and complete an annual fire inspection from the Newton County Fire Services. E, maintain compliance with section 510-210 of the Newton County Zoning Ordinance. F, prior to any construction, addition, or removal of walls within the suite, the applicant must apply for required building permits. And G, must have an approved play area with a 4-foot tall fence before the issuance of a business license. So this is the current location of the property. We have the 2 buildings here. This is the play area they have that is enclosed. The current daycare is located in 3 suites in this building. They're looking to move to expand it into a 4th suite on this side. It is currently zoned general commercial. It's in the mixed use Flume, located in the South River watershed. We have a survey of the property. And this is the suite location where they're going to be moving to, and currently they are in these three over here. And we have a current play area as well for the children. And these are just photos of inside the new building that they're looking to move to, as provided by the applicant. And this is a public hearing, Chairman. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you so much. We're going to open it up now for our public hearing. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight, you have 10 minutes to do so. If you would, please come at this time. State your name, your address for the record, please. The applicant and those that would like to speak in favor tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Cinnamon Sarton, and I stand before you to explain my intentions of acquiring the space at 262612 Highway 212, Covington, Georgia. My husband and I are currently owners of Cinnamon Tender Hearts Daycare, which approximately cares for 48 children on a daily basis. We are looking to use this space to increase our capacity with our business. The daycare capacity met enrollment of 3 months of being established. We currently care for children in Newton County, but we would also like to service Henry County as well. It has been an absolute pleasure to be such a part of a growing community. The current space that we are inquiring about is 300 square feet at 3,000 square feet that we currently have at 2608 Highway 212. The space that we are intending to inquire will be 1,000 square feet, which will allow for a total of 4,000 square feet. I have children that attended Newton County High School and all both Newton County elementary schools as well. We love doing what we do. I couldn't see myself doing anything else. I can honestly say that I have grown an attachment to every child that I care for currently. I offer a daily curriculum. I offer a rigorous schedule and activities. I try to make sure that each child, I meet their academic needs emotionally as well as academically. My plan is to expand my daycare so that I can also become a bigger part of Newton County Business Association as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone else would like to speak in favor tonight? Thank you. We also allow 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose tonight. You may come at this time. Please state your name and your address for the record, please. Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Ms. Applewhite. I think this is in District 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve with staff recommendations conditional use permit 24-000003.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Discussion, Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Applewhite, so a couple of questions. If this were to be approved and the business were to pull out at some point a year from now, this conditional use permit would not be transferable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Another question. So I'm familiar with this little complex here. Is this building, the building to be used? Is it in the same? Is it parallel to 212 or perpendicular to 212? That the building she wants to use.
This one would be parallel to 212. This is 212 here. Yep, so this is the building here.
Okay.
So yeah,
All
parallel
right.
to 212.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, sir. Any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Ms. Applewhite.
Thank you, Chairman. So our next item is an ordinance amendment. Last December, Development Services had a town hall meeting with our builders and developers. And a topic of concern to them was how we currently permit, like we do temporary permits while they're building their home. So basically they get a temp pole and that is what they have to use, while on the construction. And there was a heavy demand and request to move more to the temp perm system of permitting. Basically, this allows them to have at least one breaker per floor in the actual home while they're building. And this is a they do prefer this. It helps them to the easy access to the electricity and to perform the functions that they have to do in the home, whether it's the cosmetic issues or the actual usage of the equipment and so on. Other counties currently use this method. We did a long time ago, but we had switched to the temporary pole method because there was an issue with builders coming back for their COs. We no longer have that issue now because I think the mortgage associations, the banks and the lenders, they are demanding those COs, so they have to come back and get them.
Hold on 1 second.
So we are comfortable at this time, going back to that system. So this ordinance, this is an amendment to the Newton County Permit Administrative Procedures Control Ordinance. And this basically lays out the requirements for things related to buildings, such as their inspections and the permits and what they need to do. And the section we're looking at is section 8, which covers inspections. And we have added section 8.3.1, which is a temporary power request. And this states that it shall be the duty of the person doing the work authorized by a permit to request for a temporary power connection once the building has sheetrock installed. Each building is allocated one temporary power circuit per floor. The temporary power requests are subject to the approval of the Director of Development Services. Prior to requesting a temporary power connection, A, all electrical covers shall be installed and labeled. B, a maximum of one 20-amp GFI circuit breaker shall be installed per floor in the panel box. All other extra slots shall be covered with a blank. C, any breakers installed shall have their circuits labeled. D, ground rods or loofers shall be installed for surface grounding. E, unless otherwise specified, it shall be the duty of the contractor or the homeowner to ensure that a third-party inspection is completed and a written report provided to the county. And F, upon a satisfactory inspection or inspection report, the county shall release the power. So this is a section that staff is proposing to add, and that would adequately address the concerns of builders and developers while working on their homes. And this is a public hearing, Chairman, if it's open for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to open it up now for our public hearing. Those that would like to speak in favor, if you would, please come up now and state your name, your address for the record. Please, you have 10 minutes to do so. Anyone would like to speak in favor tonight? Anyone would like to speak in favor tonight? Thank you. That portion of our public hearing is closed. We also allow 10 minutes for those that would like to oppose tonight. If you would like to oppose tonight, you may come at this time. Please state your name and address for the record, please. Have 10 minutes to do so. Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Anyone would like to oppose tonight? Ms. Applewhite, if you would, please. Thank you so much. Commissioners, I seek a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve Amendment 24-0011 of Ordinance 040224, an ordinance to amend the 2014 Permit Administrative Procedures Control Ordinance Section 8, Inspections.
Is there a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Cowell. Any discussion? Commissioner Sanders.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to ask questions. I know I had some builders. I had some builders that were questioning this because when they were building the building, they didn't have lights. So it was a certain point of time they were able to get lights, and so this is going to correct that issue. Correct? They can get it a little bit earlier than norm.
Yes, this will address it. They'll have some power to the building now itself. Instead of using the temp pole that is outside,
okay,
it'll actually be in the building
in the
itself.
building. Okay,
We'll
perfect.
have all the breakers active.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So the next three items on the agenda for development services, and they're all related. So we're going to start off. Over the past year and a half, the county, we have enlisted the services of Ross and Associates to assist us with updating our CIE report, which is the capital improvement element, as well as our impact fee ordinance. And Mr. Ross, this is going to be our first public hearing. We're going to start off with a CIE report. He's going to just give a brief overview of that. This was discussed at the work session that we had as well. And then we're going to look at the CIE short-term work program, the annual update. Those two documents, we are asking tonight for approval for them to be transmitted to DCA for review, so they can begin that 60-day period. And then we're going to look at the actual impact fee ordinance and the fee schedule as a third item. So I'm just going to have Mr. Ross step in briefly to go over the CIE report.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not here to rezone anything. As you know, we've been working diligently, the staff and I together, on updating your impact fee program. At the same time, of course, you also have your annual CIE update reports every year, and that is also before you. I'm going to give you an overview of the impact fee process and where we are in that process. As you know, a methodology report has already been prepared. We presented that a while back, and that document is the sort of overview of everything about impact fees in this update. A capital improvements element has been created, and it's before you tonight to be forwarded to the region, ARC, and then on to DCA for the standard 2-month review process. We have also drafted an impact fee ordinance. The county attorney has it under review, and I believe we're going to, is it a public hearing on the ordinance too?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and 2 public hearings are required to adopt the ordinance. The key, however, is you need to adopt the new CIE first, because that enables you to adopt the ordinance. Now, there's some, not disagreement, some feel that you can go ahead and adopt the ordinance anyway, because you are an impact fee community. So I'm going to leave that to the county attorney to thread through. But that's where we are in terms of the ordinance. It's been drafted and is under, is under review. And it's an update to the ordinance you already have. This is an overview of the whole process. Methodology report's been done. Capital improvements element is before you now. And with your approval, it'll be sent on to ARC and then to DCA for that 2-month review period. During this time, as I said, the impact fee ordinance has been drafted and is under review, and it will be fleshed out, if you will, so that once the CIE has been reviewed and approved by DCA, you can adopt the CIE and in turn adopt the revised ordinance at that time. And a key thing about the ordinance is that's where the impact fee schedule is. And that's what we're still working with you on, of what are the new fees that you will want to adopt. We don't have to take 60 days to figure that out, but we have plenty of time to finalize on that. And I think we've made a lot of inroads with you all already on getting your input on that. That CIE, the capital improvement elements, it includes the forecast of population and housing. In other words, in the next 20 years, what do we expect growth to be? That growth is going to create needs for system improvements in the future in order to maintain the current level of service. You don't want your level of service to go down as growth goes up. You want them to go together, and that's what impact fees are all about. The community work program, which is a part of the CIE, it's a projection of 5 years. You've done annual updates every year for quite a while. You know what a community work program is. There's one in your comprehensive plan also, and they all interrelate, if you will. Now, while the CIE is under review, we will be working with you to focus on the impact fee schedule. What do you really want to charge? We tell you what the maximum is because the law says you can't charge too much. So our initial job is to tell you what's too much. You can't go beyond, but you can certainly adopt lower fees than the maximum. That's up to y'all, and we'll work with you on coming up with what you ultimately want to do, because as I said, that goes in the ordinance and gets adopted at the end of the schedule. Also, there are many ways to reduce impact fees. You have an impact fee ordinance already, but number one, as I said, you can adopt a fee schedule lower than the maximum. Most communities do, some didn't. It includes information about individual fee assessments. Somebody comes in and says, I'm not in the book, my use isn't there. What do I do? Well, we can do an individual fee assessment. There's a process for that to come up with a fair fee for that particular use. There's an appeals process in there. If somebody wants to appeal their impact fee, they can do it for any reason. For any reason. My grandmother has an operation and I don't have the money to pay for that and my impact fee. Whatever it might be, the appeals process actually has been enhanced quite a bit in the draft ordinance that has been prepared. There's also provisions for credits for developer agreements with you. If I'll pave that road if you'll give me a curb cut, whatever kind of developer agreement involved in the impact fees is possible. That's also enabled in the ordinance. And there are also exemptions. The state law has two potential exemptions. One is for extraordinary economic or employment growth, and the other is for affordable housing. These are optional. They're enabled in the ordinance. They're enabled, but in order to apply or to have either of those kinds of exemptions, you would then need to adopt definitions, specifics. What is extraordinary economic development? You need to define it, and how much of an exemption, which is a reduction in the fee, would you allow? You don't have to adopt any exemptions. They're empowered by the law, and so they're empowered in your ordinance, but they're not effectuated, if that's a real word. You would have to actually adopt the standards, the guidelines, et cetera, in a separate action in order to apply those exemptions or make them available. There is a catch-22 with exemptions. Under the state law, every dollar you might exempt a use from the impact fees, you have to make that dollar up in the impact fee accounts. So it's pretty serious business. Somebody's really going to have to, if you want an exemption, they're really going to have to prove their case, because in essence, the people in the county, through their taxes, through you, are going to pay for that exemption in the reduction from the impact fees. Quick lesson number one: how do we even calculate the impact fees? This question came up a while back. The The methodology report for each category, Parks and Recreation, fire, et cetera, there's an inventory of what capital items do you already have. Land, vehicles, buildings, et cetera. What is the service area, population, housing units, and employees? Just about everything is countywide in its service area. Some it's only unincorporated plus the small cities, et cetera. It varies from use to use. But you divide the capital items you've already got, the buildings, the fire trucks, the sheriff's vehicles, whatever, you divide that by the so-called service area population. How many people are in the county right now getting that service? That establishes the level of service. There may be 0.00043 fire engines per household. But the reason we calculate this level of service is because we then apply that to the future growth. You want to maintain your level of service. You don't want your services to go down while more and more people and more businesses are moving into the county. So we multiply that level of service times the future population or households. It varies from chapter to chapter, but you multiply that times future growth to figure out, okay, how many more fire trucks are we going to need? How many more acres of park are we going to need in order to maintain the level of service we've got today as the county grows? And that ends up being the impact fee. It may be per person, it may be per housing unit. Again, it varies depending on the kind of facility from chapter to chapter. This is a quick example of library buildings. You can see we started off with how many square feet of floor area is in there. What does the level of service per housing unit come to? Multiply that number of floor area times the future population to get how many more new square feet are we going to need, and using a per square foot cost, how much will it cost you to provide those facilities? This was a table. I think we supplied it a while back. Up and down the left-hand side are some nearby cities and counties. You could sort of call this your market area. The asterisks indicate that those three communities are updating their impact fee programs right now. So the numbers you see in that first column, those are the fees that those various communities are charging today. Some of these, as I say, are going to go up. And then we compare that. Each of those columns is how does the Newton County fees compare to those particular cities. There are, of course, like 50 cities and counties out there that have impact fees, but we focus on your area. We said, your maximum fee for a single-family house is a little over $8,700. We then looked at what's 20% of that, 30%, 40, 60%. If you adopted the county's fees at one of those percentages, that's how they would compare to those cities. I threw in the 51.07%, a strange number, but that fee, $4,460 per single-family home is 1%. 1% of what new houses are selling for in the county today. Now, some are more, some are less, but that was just the average. So that is not a proposal on my part, but quite often the question comes up: would it be at 1%? Transmit the CIE starting tonight. During that 60 days, we will finalize and work with you on the ordinance. in the county attorney, and leading up to adopting. When we get the CIE back from review, we can adopt the CIE, and at the same time, right after, adopt the ordinance at that time. And that ordinance will have the impact fee schedule in it that you want to adopt.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Applewhite, you have anything before we open up to the public?
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Thank you, Chairman. I wonder if I should go ahead and do the CIE stop work order because we're going to transmit these two together with the same resolution.
Okay.
And then we can open them up for
Okay.
public hearing. Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is our annual CIE or capital improvement element update, along with our financial report and the short-term work program update. You do have this, you have a copy of this in your packet. It's a little hard to read it up here. But these are the projects that were provided by the various departments. While we did an updated CIE report and program, we have added new departments to be eligible to receive impact fees. So some of their projects are here. It includes fire and EMS. We also added animal services and, of course, the sheriff's office. So these are the projects that were provided. Some of them are eligible for impact fee funding. Some of them are eligible for the SPLOS and other sources of funding. So we're just going to flip through. And currently, they're either undergoing or they're postponed until funding is available. These are the criteria that DCA wants us to use when classifying the status of the projects, or they're completed. And the ones in green were all completed. So that's why they're highlighted in green. So we have our roads department, and these are some of their projects that are eligible for impact fees for some of the funding, as well as other sources. We have the library as well. They've got a couple that are completed and still one that is pending available funds. This is the Parks and Recreation, and the director for that department actually submitted it largely by district, like where the projects are located, and some of them are on their way, like in this column here, and then some of them are still pending funds. But they are all eligible for impact fee funding. This is animal services. So they have got vehicles that they need, and we have the approximate costs, and of course they're pending funding as we get the impact fees coming in. And then we have fire services and some of their projects. And then this is the financial report for June, as of June 2023, and it shows that the impact fees, the balance we have, is it it's a hard number to read. It looks about 4 million. And then the fees encumbered, we have 1.534 that we can use. Are there any questions on this report?
Thank you.
So, thank you, Chairman. So the request tonight would be for us to transmit these two to DCA for review.
Okay.
The CIE and the short-term work program update.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to open it up now for our public hearing. We're going to open up now for our public hearing. We allow 10 minutes for those that want to speak in favor tonight. You have 10 minutes to.
So this will be a little different.
Let's explain it to the folks.
This public hearing isn't necessarily for and against. It's just a public hearing to hear from the citizens as to their comments related to the impact fee or the CIE, the short-term work program.
Okay. Yeah. We still have 10 minutes, sir. If you would, please come on up.
Dave Norton of New Bern again. the charts and info that's being presented up here, will it be available to the public without having to do a information request? Will it be available online so that the general public can review it before actual public hearing on it? Also, I would like to ask the commissioners to pay close attention to the exemption sections. I know that the Development Authority can pretty much do what they want. I just don't want to see it this guy gets a exemption, this guy doesn't, depending on who does what. Corporations get tax exemptions, and then the small businessman doesn't. Also, I seen on the planning and zoning, it mentioned hotel rooms was like $22 a room on the impact fee somewhere in that chart. And then a warehouse was 11 cents a square foot, I believe it was. The warehouse pays or does very little for the county, but does definitely have an impact. They provide a few jobs, whereas a hotel room, tourism is big in this county right now. So we need to look at that also. There was another one. I can't remember it right now. But yes, I would like to see that this is all available to the public so that we can try to understand it. A lot of it's over my head, but I can't learn if I can't see it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Ms. Applewhite.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And just as a reminder, this is only the first public hearing, so there will be another public hearing and opportunities for citizens, of course, to review. We can put it on our website.
Thank you.
And the request tonight is to request the board approve it for transmittal to DCA.
Thank you, ma'am. I seek a motion, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. And the other part of this, we actually updated our ordinance as well, our development impact fee ordinance. And this, as Mr. Ross says, has the fee schedule attached to it in Appendix A. We provided a copy of the red lines to you as well as a clean copy. So I won't go through every page of that, but just to note some of the major changes that we did. Of course, we updated the language. We've added new sections and, of course, just shift some sections around. So I'm just going to focus on those for now. So like a new section we added, for example, section 34-34, which is the fee assessment and payment. So it addresses the administrative appeals process, how to file the appeal, how the process works, the boards it has to go before. So this is what this section would address. And again, this is also included in your packet. We removed section, it was previously section 34-37, it's now 34-35. And this addresses exemptions. So it looks at the exemption policy, how we determine what can be exempted and how that is dealt with or addressed. How you can do the request for approval of exemptions, from the impact fee process and so on. A new section we added addresses refunds. It will be section 34-38. So in the event that we have to, refund an impact fee, basically, if the building hasn't been built in, I think in about 6 years, it is eligible, to be refunded as an example. So this section addresses the process and how one can go about doing that. And then, of course, we have section 34-40, which addresses the periodic review and amendments, as shown above. And this is this part of that section, too. Right, and then the other big amendment that we did was the actual fee schedule, which is found in Appendix A of the ordinance. And as Mr. Ross was stating earlier, the state does allow a maximum. This is just a sample at 100% what the impact fees would look like. So, for example, for a single-family home, it would be $8,732 if we were to charge 100% impact fees, and it just goes down. For example, for apartments, warehouses, and so on, they have the different fees. If we 40%. It'll be $34.93 for a single-family home, for example, if we were to do it that way. And apartments would be $13.97. We added a 30% slide at the Planning Commission. They were interested in seeing what 30% would look like. They actually did not make a recommendation to forward it, which is fine because this board will actually make the final decision. But they were interested in what 30% would look like. Some of them were undecided at the time. They needed more information, but this is what they were proposing. And of course, you have the comparison chart that Mr. Ross showed earlier. So these are, around the surrounding jurisdictions, McDonough, Henry County, Spalding County, Rockdale, City of Covington. And staff would actually recommend as a starting point the 40% bracket. Because currently we're charging $1,762.62 for a single family, for example. Townhomes are about $1,300 per unit right now. So, we would recommend, 40 to 50% bracket, but, 40% would be a reasonable starting point to cover, especially since we've added 3 new departments as well to be eligible for the impact fees. And so that would be my, and so again, this is just our first hearing for the impact fee ordinance. So I don't know if we have to make a firm decision tonight, but the staff would also recommend that it become active 30 days out so that we have time to adjust and prepare, because we have to calculate these fees. So I've got to get staff in place and software and so on. But that would be our recommendations for the impact fee ordinance and fees. And if there are any questions, these are just other slides, but if there are any questions. Yes, ma'am.
So let's get a motion on the floor.
And this is a public hearing too, sir.
You want to okay, we'll do it at the public hearing. So I'm gonna let Commissioner Sanders ask this question before we go into the public hearing. Go ahead.
The question that I have is that the impact fees that we currently collect, you don't see an impact in the areas that need the impact fees and the ones that are producing the impact fees. I would hope that when we pass this, it's going to increase from $1,700 per home that's being built to $3,400, that where those fees are being produced, that is going back into that community to build some green space or some parks and recreation, that is building a library in the dense areas that need libraries. So I don't see the funding going back to the areas that produce majority of the impact fees. So that is my issue with impact fees, and I've heard that a lot from a lot of residents. I know all this information is probably going over a lot of individuals' heads, so we probably need a workshop to teach our residents on how to read these charts and what impact fees are about, because a lot of residents, like he said, it's going over their head because they hadn't had the information until tonight. So that would be my whole plight to this board, is that we make sure that the impact fees are definitely going back into, at least a certain percentage of the money is going back into those areas that has that density of houses and they see the benefit from the paying impact fees.
Yes, ma'am. From my understanding of how the impact fees work is it goes to the projects that are identified. For example, in the CIA, in the short-term work program report, perhaps Mr. Ross can expand a bit on that, like how they're allocated. But I believe they're specific projects as opposed to a location. But I would, Mr. Ross.
Because I was talking to a developer out of Gwinnett. He actually developed here as well. And he said in Gwinnett, I know we can't compare Gwinnett to Newton because they're a lot larger than we are. And how Gwinnett works is if that area is producing that impact fee, they make sure that that area is be able to see, reaping the benefits from it, basically. They're able to see the money being spent back into that area that's producing majority of the fees. I don't see that in Newton. I don't see it.
The folks who are going to determine where this money gets spent are y'all.
Right. That's
not us.
That's why I was saying.
The only thing we can tell you is here's how much you can charge. We don't tell you where to spend it.
Yes, sir.
In the annual budgeting process, that's the perfect time to say, no, wait a minute, we got some impact fees in the pot. We need to put a fire station over here. And that's where that regionalization actually happens. In the budgeting process, you got the pot of money. Now, where are you going to spend it? And that's y'all.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. C. Well, you know, I've had at least I thought I had to understand impact fees, and I thought that whereas the community that is most impacted by all this growth, and I know a few years ago we did recreational projects, and it seemed to me it never did kind of help out some areas such as I think District 2 and District 3, and especially District 3, and as for the recreation. And I'm trying to understand if they're growing, those areas, those districts are growing, then I believe that impact fee money should be spent in those areas, especially for those communities. And as far as I can see, it seems like they're not. And I think there should be, and at some point there will be, a discussion on how we can kind of make sure that everybody who deserve a piece of the pie.
Thank you. We're going to open it up now for the public hearing. We allow those that want to come up and speak. You have, please state your name, your address for the record, please. Anyone want to come up? Anyone want to make a comment? Anyone want to make a comment? Thank you, Ms. Applewhite. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, I seek a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, we don't approve the ordinance tonight. We have to have 2 public hearings. So what will happen is after we transmit the capital improvements element of the short-term work program, we get that back. We will then have the second public hearing and approve both this ordinance and the actual short-term work program.
That's before we send it to DCA?
No, we send the short-term work program. You've authorized that to be transmitted. So they will approve it, they will review and hopefully approve it. When it comes back, you will formally adopt it. And after, and so it'll be like agenda item 10, and agenda item 11 will be, after a public hearing, will be the approval of the impact fee ordinance and the rates. So you're gonna have some time to digest this, and it'll be made available to the public, and the public will have time to digest it. And there'll be another public hearing before you vote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that concludes our items for tonight.
Thank you. Guys, we're going to go back. For the sake of time tonight, we're going to start with the chairman's report. Max, Mrs. Hughes, if you would please come on up, please.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you, Chairman Baines. We continue to visit local community nonprofit organizations to shed light and bring awareness on useful resources available in Newton County. Tonight, you will hear from the Community Arts Association. They received $150,000 in ARPA nonprofit grant funds. Please welcome Ms. Ivy Bond, Ms. Abigail Coggins, and Ms. Nala McCamey.
Greetings.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ivy Bond, and I'm the Director of Development and Community Relations at the Arts Association in Newton County. Thank you, Board, for allowing us here to update you tonight, and thank you, Chairman Baines, Manager Cooper, Walker, and Bryan for coming to visit us a couple weeks ago at Porter Auditorium. Our mission at the Arts Association is to encourage youth and adults in the community to participate in the arts, both as audience and artists, and we never turn away a child from participating, no matter their financial situation. We were so thankful to be awarded ARPA relief funds. Our focus area of use for the funds was to provide performing arts education for students in our area. The funds were poured straight into our programs and immediately help us pay our artistic instructors for our summer camps. Acting intensives, Acting Camp Junior, Monday Morning Movement, Dance Around the World, Broadway Every Day, Musical Theater Camp, and more. Then the fall, the funds supplemented the salaries of our school year programs: Covington Regional Ballet, Newton County Youth Strings, Oxford Singing Children, Oxford Youth Singers, and Theater Covington, enabling our programs to continue on and grow. Just like many other nonprofits, in many ways our organization is still sick with COVID, having lost donated revenue and participants in our programs, which means a reduction in fees and a loss of income. However, we are slowly getting better. The joy of our over 50 kids in Oxford Youth Singers and Oxford Acting Company presenting the musical Cinderella this past weekend solidified the renewed strength we are gathering for our choral and musical theater programs. We continue to present world-class artistry via Covington Regional Ballet in our annual Nutcracker performance, and this year we partnered with the professional contemporary ballet company, Kit Modis, to present a sold-out performance at Oxford College. Of course, the cost to run these programs is ever increasing as we see rising inflation leads with more requests for financial assistance from families wishing for their children to participate in our programs. Therefore, the need of funds to sustain our programming is ever constant, and that is why county support through our allocated ARPA funds was so important to us. As said before, we are getting better, and the community support shows through our partnerships. The City of Covington continued their support of our organization by partnering with us to present free community concerts on the square and at Legion Field. In a few weeks, the Newton County Community Band will perform their annual Sounds of Spring at the historic Porterdale Gym. Porterdale's local government has expressed their desire to partner with the Arts Association to hold more events there in the near future. And the Newton County School System continues their support of our LEAP initiative, Learning Enrichment Through the Arts Project. As you can see, the renewed energy is catching, and we are excited to be leading the narrative. Last year, we saw an audience size of over 25,000 attendees at our various free community events. Over 5,000 students in the Newton County School System walked through the doors at Porter Auditorium to attend free in-school performances. We had over 500 students participate in our school year and summer arts programs. However, we saw a financial aid increase of over 115%, and we never once turned away a child. We believe that the arts enrich the fabric of a community, contributing to its cultural vibrancy, social cohesion, and overall quality of life. They play a vital role in shaping individual and collective identities, fostering creativity and empathy, and inspiring positive change. We want to thank the Board of Commissioners for believing in our mission and supporting us, not just with funding, but through participation in and commitment to the promise of a vibrant arts community going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for what you're doing in the community for our youth. And thank you for partnering with the Board of Commissioners.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a quick opportunity to thank all that came out for the state of the county. It was a great turnout, great success, and thank you guys so much for your attendance. Now the county manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, residents of the community. I come before you today with the county manager's report. We're going to focus on the second P today, our purpose, which is optimum service delivery. We're going to also talk about a SPLOSH project, in particular, a capital outlay plan known as Nelson Heights Improvements, project number S2313. It's a Tier 2 project that's currently active. I want to put in perspective a timeline of where we are and where we've been in relationship to this project. In April and May of 2022, documents were submitted outlining improvements to Nelson Heights. July 6th, there was a special call meeting related to the 2023 SPLOSH. July 12th, there was a Board of Commissioners July meeting. And August 2nd, a resolution passed unanimously regarding a referendum SPLOSH regarding this capital outlay along with 13 other projects, excuse me. Let's talk about the correspondence associated with the center improvements. Initially, this document was submitted It was a summary sheet for the improvements in which a request was made for $4.5 million. As you can see, the project costs range from design fees to project management configuration fees, adding up to $4.5 million. Here's a project summary sheet written in manuscript that identifies the project name, Nelson Heights Community Center Concept Plan, the physical address, identifying the Newton County Board of Commissioners as the property owner, the district in which it resides in. For the total SPLOST request on this document was $3,100,000 as written, and the contact person was Commissioner Henderson, and the project classification was quality of life. When you look at the pricing associated with the community center concept plan, there were 8 items identified. There was a football field and soccer track, $1.5 million. There was an additional parking. There was an error here. They typed in $500 million, but the actual SPLOST project manager suggested that a correction be made, and the parking cost was actually $500,000. They wanted landscaping at $100,000, upgrades to the security system, $100,000, fencing, $250,000, flooring, $100,000, restroom and concession stands upkeep, $250,000, and then they wanted a trail around the property for $400,000. This was submitted as a request in terms of the improvements associated with this. As I stated, there was a special called meeting July 6th. And there were some quotes from various commissioners in relationship to this project. The first quote that I'm going to reference is at the 44-minute, 40-second mark, where Commissioner Henderson stated the following. I know we had talked a little bit about the Cousins project and also the Nelson Heights project. Cousins, we walked it, and we said we were going to put it on the SPLOST. One thing I do is keep my word. And maybe all I have is my word. I'm going to keep that. He continued at the 45-minute, 30-second mark. Let's make sure these projects we have done already committed to, we know we committed to Cousins, and we know we committed to Nelson Heights 17 years ago. At the 46-minute mark, he stated, it's hard for me to turn the page on that I already believe we've committed to. My words is my bond, even if sometimes it's hard for me to stick to it in spite of. That's kind of where I'm standing on, is that we had a commitment of at least $8 million for Cousins. And last estimate I got for Nelson Heights was $5 million at $1.1 million. I think there should be a discussion on funding those projects. I would like the commitment to those projects. And if we have to bond, I think we need to. I look at most of these projects on this list, I don't believe it will pass because you don't have enough on it, what I think the citizens want. The comments continue at the 1 hour, 8-minute, and 30-second mark by Commissioner Henderson. Then we went back to Nelson Heights because that is something that I had asked for before the SPLOST committee. Explained to them that 17 years we were going to do something, add on fields or something because they moved us. The total, when I talked to rec department, he said the cost was $5 million to do what we wanted to do up there. From the room to football fields to soccer fields / track field, that would be used by the rec. That was a total of $13 million. Cousins and Nelson Heights in parentheses, put on the ballot, let the citizens decide on that particular issue. That is what it's going to boil down to if citizens voted up or voted down. At the 1 hour, 46-minute, 36-second mark, Commissioner Henderson stated the following. How can we get this list that we have here to add $10 million for Cousins and an additional $1 million for Nelson Heights? How can we fund all these projects? I think all of them are important to the citizens of Newton County. Here is video footage of that discussion that was just referenced.
I know we had talked a little bit, I think, prior to about the Cousin project and also about the Nelson Heights project. We walked the Cousin when we purchased it, $1.5 million. We walked it, and we said that we were going to put it on the SPLOST. one thing I do is I keep my word. And maybe that's all I have is my word, so I'm gonna keep that. Said, let's do these projects that we have, make sure that they are done, that we have already committed to. Now, we know we committed to Auburn Cousin. We know we committed to Nelson Heights years ago, 17 years ago. It's hard for me to turn the page on something that we've already, or that I believe that we committed to. I guess I'm a firm believer that my word is my bond, and I have to kind of stick to it in spite of. And that's kind of where, you know, I'm standing on, is that we had a commitment for that, at least that $8 million for Cousin. And the last estimate I got for Nelson Heights, it was $5 million, and I think at one point it was $1 million on that. I think there should be a discussion on funding those projects. I would like for this board to honor their commitment to that projects and those projects. And if we have to rearrange, if we had to bond some money, I think there was one avenue I think we need to, because as I looked at most of these projects on this list, I don't believe it'll pass because you don't have enough on it what I think the citizens want. And then we went back to Nelson Heights because there was something that I had put on, asked for, before the Splash Committee. Explained to them that 17 years they were going to do something, add on the field and stuff, because they moved us to up that way to put an add on the field. And I think it was told when I talked to the rec department, Dwayne, he was saying that the cost factors, he said it was $5 million to do what we want to do over there, from the room to the football field / soccer field / track field that will be used by rec. So that's where we was at. So it was a total of what, 13 million. Let the citizens put on the ballot, let the citizens decide on that particular issue. And that's what it really gonna boil down to, whether the citizens wanna vote it up or vote it down. How can we get all these projects, this list that we have here, this list, plus I think they added, I think 10 million for Cousin in the additional 1 million for Nelson Heights. How can we fund all of these projects? Because I think all of them is very important to the citizens of Newton County. How can we?
Follow-up meeting on July 12th where there was an interactive conversation between Chairman Bain as well as Commissioner Henderson, and at the 39-minute 58-second mark, Chairman Baines enlisting the project stated the following: you want Nelson Heights Community Center? We've got that on here. We've got things that you guys asked us to put on here. Chairman Baines continued at the 40-minute 55-second mark. Commissioner Henderson, has Nelson Heights Community Center that he's been building for? Commissioner Henderson's response, 17 years. Commissioner Baines, and he got his basketball courts a year. Video from the July 12th meeting.
We got Nelson Heights Community Center. You guys wanted that on here. We got Washington Street. We got CID. We got the things that you guys asked us to put on here. Commissioner Henderson has Nelson Heights Community Center that he's been building for, I'm not sure, Commissioner Henderson, how long? A long while. And he just got his— 17
years.
How long?
17.
17 years. And he just got his— how long have you had your basketball courts?
About a year.
About a year.
So the crux of the matter to this whole situation transpired on August 2nd, 2022, and it was pretty much the pinnacle when we talk about the resolution piece. There was a referendum resolution approved by the board authorizing the levy of a 1% SPLOST and outlined how the collections would be distributed amongst municipalities as well as the capital outlay projects. There were 15 outlay projects. As you can see, Nelson Heights Improvements is the 13th at $1 million. This resolution passed unanimously 5-0 on August 2nd, 2022. That's just a photo of the, oh, excuse me, that's a video.
Any more discussion? All in favor? It passed 5-0. Thank you so much.
So I brought this to the attention of the board because I know that there's going to be a discussion, I think item number 10, about the Nelson Heights SPLOST funding. So this referendum has been approved, and with it being approved, it's been identified as a Tier 2 project. And this is just to lay some context to the discussion that's soon coming. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Ms. C. I had thought that we were going to discuss this on item number 10. I didn't understand that there was some kind of video display of me asking for support from the commissioners for district, a piece of District 4, talking about the RL Cousin renovation and about Nelson Heights. I just want to add one thing, and I think we had this in Mr. Cooper, when you came to a meeting that we had over at T.K. Allen's building. You know, the building where the sign of Mr. T.K. Allen, who is him and Miss Allen, who is a pillar in our community, was taken down by the county and then placed on the side of the building. We had this meeting. What you didn't mention was that the proposal for Nelson Heights, it was discussed with myself there and Anthony Henderson at the time. We were running Nelson Heights about the improvements. And the SPLOST committee, which I think was, can't think of just right offhand who were on it, we discussed it, talked to them, explained what we wanted, and they made a determination. And as I told you at that particular meeting, and that determination was to turn it down, the $4.5 million, I think $4.5 million, $3 million that we had requested for Nelson Heights. So that was dead. How we ended up with the $8 million, and then we have just pause right here, we have another discussion on item number 10, was that we came back before this board, and it was two items. We were talking about RL Cousin, and I give Commissioner Calvin credit that he stood with Commissioner Sanders and myself, and then the other board commissioner chimed in, was to give, I thought, $10 million to RL Cousin. Instead, they when it ended up, it was $8 million to RL Cousin, which was the original amount to renovate some of the parts over there for it. Now, in the can't think where is, I got it here, but in the when it appeared on the ballot, it said Nelson Heights. It didn't say Nelson Heights Community Center as we had requested for when they turned it down, the SPLOST committee. It said Nelson Heights. And I think maybe it wasn't a mistake, but I think it was a mistake from your perspective or my perspective when I asked Patrick. I called Patrick, the county attorney. And I said that the $1 million that they had allocated for Nelson Heights I said, we wanted to know if we could take half of that, and which it was supposed to be for an expansion of the building, and spend it on other projects in Nelson Heights. And I went on, and at the same meeting that you attended, said that we wanted to replace the T.K. Adams signage, which nobody had done, repair a leak over at historic Aura Cousin in the gym, which we constantly have people going there playing ball, you know, and hopefully stop some of the missing of that high-priced floor over there. Do more improvements to the T.K. Adams building, which I think the Splash, I mean not the Splash, but the Arthur Fund only gave them $800. We wanted $100,000 that particular month to do that. And then one lady was there talking about how bad her road was. Take another $100,000 and repair the road. And then last but not least, at that same particular meeting, we wanted to go to Jamestown. That I can remember Commissioner Cowell had talked about it a long time ago. You may remember was to do something when he had that district, to do something over there for that community who we felt like desperately needed something to be done. But like I said, the mistake that maybe, I won't say a mistake, but it seemed to be one, was asking Patrick, could some of that money be deferred to something else? It took him a while to get back to me. I still looked through my my mailbox, and I didn't see where he had replied. And so I guess that's where we at. Let me just say this. I know this is election time, and we all want our friends to win. I want mine to win too as well. But I will not stand up and try to discredit somebody for trying to do something good in the community, that you done cut the lights off, you don't have the children, they can't get nowhere to play. In the summertime, unless we do something, the community do something, those kids not gonna have anything to eat. But nobody cares, but maybe J.C. Henderson, and I know Commissioner Sanders cares. The reason why I know she cares because she's been up there several times when we had it, trying to do something to help the kids not only in District 4, but District 3 as well. Hey, if you wanna win, and I think most people wanna win, I wanna win every time I run. And I have won every time for about 6 terms, but I didn't allow nobody. I didn't try to get somebody to step out front for me because I'm man enough to tell you myself. I'm not gonna fight about it. We'll fight about it at the ballot box. So if you're gonna say something about me, hey, if you don't think or have enough courtesy by me being one of the commissioners, maybe to talk to me before it, you don't have to do no video profile on me. You can just tell me. I can take it. Because my goal is to help the citizens of Newton County. I don't care where you are, who you are, and do the best that I can to the best of my ability. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I want to talk this over a long time. In closing, the $8 million for Aura Cousin wasn't even on it. The SPOS committee didn't even approve it. But because of Commissioner Cowan, Commissioner Sanders, myself, and other boards chime in, I give you credit where credit's due. We can put on there to hope to do a little something over there. And one of the 2 things, I'll mention 2 of the things, and I got the list right here of what we want to do over there. It was do something for Alvin Turner. He was a great man. Ran the same district in his lifetime. It was for him to be remembered because nobody else seemed like they wanted to. I didn't want to be in my lifetime that we not remember Alvin Turner. Second thing, a friend of mine who was voiced in here, who one of the reasons why we up in here as people of color, Forrest Sarge Jr. He one of the reason, him and his family, the reason why we up in here, and several others, Johnsons and several others, a reason why we're up here. I want to remember them, those students who marched from the historic Aura Cousin right up here there in front of the courthouse, who enabled us to be in 19, it wasn't until 1976, people haven't been that long. Cooper, you wouldn't have been here if it had not been for them. I don't want to forget them. I want them to be remembered. And we as a community, we should want them to be remembered. I would not have nobody going doing my fighting for me or asking the citizens to vote for me. I do it for myself. Stop doing other people. Mr. Cooper, this is from J.C. Henderson. Stop doing other people bidding for them and joining together with me. You offered me last meeting at Olive Branch. Where is it? To work together. I want to work with you. And that's the God knows truth.
Let's do it.
But hey, but we can't do it this way. It's got to be, we sit in your office, we talk, and come to some kind of decision. Because I don't think it's the right way. And no other commissioner, this is some closing, should have to go through this stuff that you brought here to me. And just have a discussion, either vote it up or vote it down. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and use chairman's privilege tonight to make this number 10. So I don't know what the ask is tonight, but you may want to go ahead and put it out there, whatever it is tonight, since we're already talking about it. Go ahead. Commissioner Henderson, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like for, if she's in the office, I didn't see her, Miss Maddie Goggins, would she please come up and bring, come up if she would, please. If she's here. Is Maddie here? What? Okay, well, here she come. And the reason why I'm asking her to come because I want to pass out the petition. If she would, you could hand it to me.
Ma'am, if you could, can you please approach and I take it?
Yeah, give it to the petition. Yeah. And for Ms. Cooper, it's not against you. I want you to know that. So you won't think so. You know, figured out something against me. And the reason why it's about the community. That's what it's all about. It's about the community of Nelson Heights, Spring Hill, Sand Hill, in town, out of town, all the community. It's about our community. And the people in our community have the right, not for somebody who we don't know come up here and want to tell us to do stuff and make up stuff on us, have the right to have a say-so in their community how it runs. You take our tax dollars. We in town, we pay two taxes, the county tax and we pay a city tax. But what the petition about is who they want to see up in Nelson Heights community. Now, you know, natural people, they want to say, we want JC. I said, no, JC is not gonna do. We want you to put it there, make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners of who you want to see maybe run that particular building. Stop having all these old, Mr. Cooper, stop having all these old secretive meetings. Have them open. We can take it. I mean, I'm not going to fall or die. I'm not moving anywhere. This is home for me. This is where I was born and raised at, right here. You know, as an adolescent, just a little bit about me. You talked a little about you one time. I ran from Sand Hill, West Street, through Miss Helen Hall Yard, up the hill to Washington School, sometimes with holes in the bottom of my shoes, because I knew my grandma wanted me to get an education. And because I was smaller than some of the kids when I first started, guess what? They wanted to jump on me, and I ran back down the hill. But when I became a man, I stopped running. I stood. And so that's what I'm doing now. I'm standing for that community. I'm standing for Spring Hill because running's going to be gone, and I might be lifted up unless I die before we leave. But I'm standing for them. I'm standing for all the parks that I've done. The ones over in, I'm standing for the ones that I did at Victoria Station. I'm standing for the ones I did in the town of Alfred. I'm standing for the Denny Dawes Park. That's one that we started when there was no commissioner of color in there. And I had the opportunity of, guess what? Naming it. So my question is, so I'd asked, getting back on track, I'd asked Patrick, the county attorney, and he told me, said, well, you're probably going to have to just go with doing the building. And I don't think I wanted to do was take some of the money and spend it in the community. Let's stop playing like we're going to do something with people and let's actually do it. So, and this is what I brought, that's for the board was for. If you're not going to allow some of that money, which it may not be able to allow according to Patrick, what he said, then add on to the building. Do exactly what the stuff that you talked about, I said do it, because I said I was a man of my word. Build on to it. If you don't want to spend none of it in the community for the people who need it, build on to it. It used to be that we didn't have county managers coming up and talking just like they were elected. They used to work with the commissioners. If they handed out an olive branch to me, then they were a man or a woman of their word. And they work with you. So I don't know where all this is coming from. I think it's politically motivated. You know, sometimes when the numbers don't seem to be right, or, you know, stuff like this happens. You want to discredit somebody. Well, my name is not on the ballot. My name is not on the ballot. I haven't once stood up in that horseshoe, and I'm not talking about you, Mr. Cooper, and said, oh, they done spent $15,000. And ain't no good and well, if it was $15,000 over several years. I haven't once said, well, you know, they wrote out a contract, a lease or something. Well, that's all they was written. Every time you leased the building out, you had to do a contract to make sure the people didn't tear it up. Well, yeah, you had to do that. Regardless of what people might have said. But I didn't send a mole over to the community center. And I think if you ask Ms. Denise Williams, she'll play you a tape where the young lady said that she had talked to all the commissioners. Now, she didn't talk to you, Mr. Cooper, but she had talked to all the commissioners. In fact, she said that she met them over Oracle School, and she told me I couldn't use that. And the reason why the locks were changed on the building, I went to the sheriff, and he said that we thought she had left, and we changed the locks. And then we found out that there was some abuse going on with some of the kids because the child, in trying to get help, he sent a tape to my daughter. And we, in turn, went to the sheriff's department and filed it with them. So you can say what you want to say and play, I did this or say I did that, and that's a lie. We did not. I did not. But stand up for my community, do what's best for my community. And so I think, I guess it's more of a discussion, since I don't think that we can change the money like we thought we could. We asked Patrick, took him so long to get back to me. In fact, to prove my point about asking Patrick, how long did it take you to get back to me, Patrick, about that? Could we use some of that money for something else?
I don't know, but longer than I would have liked it as well.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. When you go out and seek and ask for information, and sometimes you don't get it, you draw a different conclusion. So if you say that I told a lie, I'm not a man of my word, then I say you're not telling the truth, because I'm standing up here this evening saying that add on to the building. I'm also with this petition saying that we're not going to just put anybody, and I asked that the commission don't put anybody, put folks in the community who knows. Also, when you're dealing with children, you know, when you got up, and I guess you were going to tell me off the other meeting, was that you have to do a background check. It's the Georgia state law. We had to know that, and everybody up there had a background check that was available for the public. We also know that the building, that particular building, also in the office space, is leaking. I don't think it has been fixed. I don't know. I don't have anything to do with it. There's stuff like that has to be fixed. Let's stop taking the underserved areas. Let's stop taking the people in our community, the black community, who loves everybody. We all work together. We all want to work with everybody, putting them last. Give them only $800 and give other people several $1,000s. Let's stop putting them last, and let's wake up, and let's work for the common good of all of us. Everybody in this community deserves a piece of the pie. Now, I don't know where you're from or how y'all might do things, but where we do it here in Newton County, we work together. Prime example, City of Covenant, former Mayor Steve Horton. We didn't have to tell him about the down at the barn about the room for the blacks and the room for the whites. They pushed it down. In fact, I was the one who helped start it, I think, in a sense, because we didn't want people to be mistreated. You should be able to use any restroom that you want. And I know some people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. If I'm telling you the truth, it's the truth. And the same thing about the plantation that we learned the other night that the chairman runs. He's over it. There's things that happen to people and stuff like that that shouldn't have. But how do you make it right? If you say you can make it right, is that you stop taking everybody's money and putting into it, let it support itself. Just like what I've always said, let it support itself. Don't take my money and put it in something that I might not want where I want it to go. Last, the things that we should be working on is about our water. It's predicted in 2030, he said 2045, that there's going to be a water shortage. But he didn't mention about if there was a drought. We could be at capacity. We need to be working on that now. Because there are carcinogens in our water. If more than one, I thought it was the forever chemical. It's more than one. He said it up here. He said it was trace amount. So if there are trace amounts in the water, then how come we can't address it now? Lastly, ethanol oxide. It's blowing straight over the poor folks' community. People are getting checks. Seeing our board within a 2-mile radius. People are getting checks. Going automotive. Pouring those same similar chemicals. They go in the ground. The old plants had a leak, and the chemicals are in the ground. People, we better do something. We better do something because we are in danger. Nobody is really saying anything. And lastly, the last time we went over there to see our board, I went on a tour. Most of the commission didn't want to go. Those big old containers are highly explosive chemicals. And it's just a matter of time for somebody to figure that out and what it could do to our community. We need to work with the sheriff department to do something about it. Have a plan in place. Because right now we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing. So that's the things that me as being the longest serving commissioner that really concerns me is about the safety of all people in Newton County. The air quality, water quality, and things that nobody's talking about that are very important to us. So let's work together, Mr. Cooper. Hey, I'm reaching out for the olive branch, and whenever you get ready to send it and be truthful about it, let me know, because I'm ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Guys, I seek a motion that we approve the consent agenda, please. Can I get a second? All in favor? Thank you. Wow. Next is item number 8, Ms. Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item for discussion and consideration is number 8, presented by Mr. Jeff Prine for Recreation Department, BOC, requesting approval to amend task order number 8 for Yellow River Trail.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. So this request is to provide additional time for us to continue to manage the Yellow River Trail System project. The project is progressing. But it is taking a little longer because we are predominantly working with the developers along Crowell Road to do alignments that work within the developments. As part of that, they are willing to donate easements to us. So it's taking a little longer, but it allows us to then really extend our funds for other improvements as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. I seek a motion, please.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All in favor? All in favor? Thank you. Passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. Let's move to item number 9, please.
Amendment number 1, requesting approval of amendment number 1 for Sports Fields, Inc., contractor for City Pond and Turner Lake Softball. And again, this is number 9.
Go ahead, sir.
This is our countywide park improvement project for SPLOST 23, and this provides scope to convert 5 fields over at City Pond to synthetic turf, and also the infields at Turner Lake Softball Complex. And there also is some reconditioning of some of the sports fields as well. And the total amount of the contract would be, for the construction, would be $2,739,249. This is well within what we're seeing for these types of improvements, and we recommend it for approval.
Thank you, sir. Seek a motion, please. Can I get a second? The motion by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. And it's I think more to Mr. Dwayne than Mr. Prime. Well, I remember all the good years that we had when my children, who are now grown men, played sports at Turner Lake under the rec department. And I just wanted to say that every year that my children paid, I paid for them. And it wasn't something that the county gave me because I was a commissioner. And now I have the pleasure of my grandkids. My granddaughter and my grandson is playing too as well. And I think that's one of the best investments that our citizens in Newton County could ever made when we invest in our kids. Thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair, the next item we have on the agenda is item number 11, discussion of removing citizen comments from the agenda.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Cowan. I think this is your baby.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me make sure everybody's clear on this. First off, this is not Chairman Baines' idea or anything like that. He did not do this. I proposed this. And the reason for it was in the last 2 board meetings, some of the commissioners up here have been accused of stealing money. And, you know, I understand the First Amendment. I went to law school. One of my best classes was constitutional law and First Amendment. I understand it very well, probably better than most people do. But I know one thing, it does not support slander. Your First Amendment rights do not support slander. But when the gentleman mentioned all that the other day, it made me pretty angry. I had just come out of the hospital from a week, actually 2 days in a coma, which is not real fun. I was very angry. Now, listening to the people tonight, I'm not as angry as I was. So, I would like, I do think though, however, at this point, when we set up how we were going to operate back in 2017, we've made rules for how the Board of Commissioners would handle the meetings and stuff. We didn't really address the decorum of the board or of the citizens as they come in here. And for 5 or 6 years, it's been 7 years, I guess, it's been fine. But here lately, it's like it's gotten out of hand. And so I would make a suggestion or a motion or whatever, or if anybody else wants to discuss it, that we postpone this for a short period of time, or table this for a short period of time, and in the meantime, draft up some rules of decorum for citizens to come up here and make their presentation. I'm interested in what people have, what comments they have, what's going on in the community, because I don't know it all. But I don't want to get up here and get blasted and saying I'm stealing money. That nothing makes me more angry. And it would make any of y'all angry too. And we need to stop that. So I'm not going to serve on this board after July, or after, when is it? December. December. I'm not going to serve after December. One, I have some medical conditions I have to deal with. But two, I think 8 years is enough time to serve. But I hope that this makes it better for the next group of people that come in here. We need to, I don't care whether a person respects me, okay, or any of these other, but this board and this government is due respect. It's not a privilege to come up here and just blast the whole county and saying the whole county is wrong and corrupt and all this stuff. I'm tired of it. Be honest with you, I'm tired of it. I've had it up to here, and those people that know me, and I know JC does very well, we've known each other for 40 years.
Yeah.
I have a point that I get to, and I don't want to get there. So I would just ask that I'll just make a motion that we table this till the next meeting. In the meantime, that we work with our county attorney to draft up some rules of decorum for people that come up here and make their talk, so that we keep the respect and the right attitude toward making Newton County a good government. Thank you. I make that a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion by Commissioner Cowan that we table this, and second by Commissioner Mason. So let me start off. I know I got you down, but let me start off the discussion. So anytime, so that you guys will know how it works, anytime you get 3 commissioners that want to put something on the agenda, our enabling legislation says we put it on the agenda. Anytime you get 3 commissioners that says we want to take something off the agenda, our enabling legislation says that we take it off the agenda. So we had 3 commissioners that want this on the agenda, so that's why it's on the agenda. Now we're going to go over to Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make it very clear. I was one of the ones that supported putting this on the agenda, and it's not to silence our citizens. Far from it. We live in a republic. We live in a representative government where you come to me and I bring your voices right here. We also have a public comments or citizens comment section at the beginning of the meeting. So we're not removing citizens comments. We weren't removing citizens comments. But the young lady came to the podium earlier and alluded to something on this topic. She spoke of embarrassing. Well, let me explain to you what's embarrassing. What's embarrassing is we get a gentleman in open citizen comments that decides he's going to make disparaging comments about an entire race of people. That's embarrassing. We've got a gentleman that came down and he stood right here last week on multiple occasions, by the way, and names commissioners and basically calls them corrupted on the payroll of whoever we give ARPA funds to. Ridiculous. That's embarrassing. We had another incident last meeting where we had a gentleman falsely question the sexual orientation of a sitting commissioner by name. That's embarrassing. You want to talk about embarrassing? That's it. Turning our Board of Commissioners meeting into a Jerry Springer episode. I'm tired of that bull. I'm tired of that bull. And let me tell you something. I asked to put this on the agenda along with Commissioner Cowan. And if I'm going to make a substitute motion in just a second. But if you don't have to respect me. We've come to a point to where it's not okay to disagree. If I disagree with you, that's not okay anymore. There has to be a villain. There has to be a boogeyman. There has to be somebody to blame in every scenario, even if we disagree. And that's just, Commissioner Mason and I disagree on something. We just disagree and move to the next item. We don't dwell on it for months. And this just didn't happen in the last 2 weeks. This has been going on for the better part of a year now. And it's insightful, and it's a shame, and that's embarrassing. So I would like to offer a substitute motion, the same verbiage as Commissioner Cowan used, but I would like to table this item for 30 days. And in lieu of, when we come back, in lieu of removing the second citizen comments from the agenda, that we have some rules of decorum that we implement in the next, at least have a chance to vote on in the next 30 days to go along with that tabled item. Now, we'll have to vote on that item again, I'm sure, but I would like to have some rules of decorum similar to what the City of Covington's put in place, if you don't mind, Chairman Baines. Maybe not what the City of Covington has. I don't know what theirs are, but some high level, some type of high level rules of some type of respect. You know, you don't have to like me, you don't have to agree with me, but you're not going to attack me personally. Either we put something in place, or when you come to attack me right there, I'm just going to leave. And that's all there is to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a substitute motion on the floor. There's a substitute motion on the floor. Second. Is there a second by Commissioner Mason? Any discussion? Commissioner, I'm going to go here, then here, because he has his hand up first, and then Commissioner Henderson. He had his hand up first. Commissioner Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also wanted this to be a topic of discussion because this has gotten completely out of hand when it comes to citizens' comments. When I saw this on the agenda, I did have a conversation with some of the District 2 residents about their thoughts and how they felt. And they clearly stated to me, Commissioner Mason, the Board of Commissioners meetings are now a circus for the past 3 years. There is no decorum. There are individuals coming up here accusing individuals personally with no factual data, but trying to bring about political things to try and make specific commissioners look bad because they're not agreeing with a certain commissioner. And so it has gone beyond where it needs to be. There are times that this board is not going to agree on everything. They said, Commissioner Mason, we can call you, you answer the phone. We can text you, you respond to text messages. We can email you, you respond to email. As a matter of fact, even on social media, we can reach out to you via social media and you will respond. This board room should be about what can we as a community and a board do to help enhance the quality of life for this community versus attacks. This boardroom should not be turned into a session of personal attacks. I want to hear from the residents. I want to hear if your roads are not being paved. I want to hear if there's trash that hasn't been cleaned up. I want to hear if there are certain things that you want to enhance from a recreational perspective. I personally want to hear those things. But put yourself in the seats of these commissioners. What if it was you sitting in these seats and someone chose to personally attack you and negate what really matters? What really matters is, what are the things that we're going to do to enhance our community? And so for me, the District 2 residents are well aware that they can contact me at any time. It doesn't necessarily have to be here in this boardroom. And I would never encourage the District 2 residents to stand before this board and personally attack any one of my colleagues, because that is not decorum. And that is not how we are going to handle ourselves in District 2. We are professionals. And so we handle things from a professional space and place. And so I would never encourage any residents to come and attack any of my colleagues. And so I think that we do need to have a level of decorum. We do need to set that in place because we want to make sure that going forward, these are professional board meetings, and we are conducting the business of Newton County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Henderson. Thank you, Mr. C. You know, I was listening and running. He's right. We go back a long years, 40-some years, from me retiring at the city of Covington to me being on the board. I think one reason why they got rid of me because I was on the board of commissioners and it was politics. But nevertheless, where was the decorum when I was accused for 3 years and a half of stealing some broccoli and 3 rolls of toilet tissue? Okay. And then when they came up, when they got back to the county, they told me, well, the report is back. I had to get an open record request and then give it to a former county manager, Lord Kerr, to get the papers. Well, I seen it, what was it? Nutritious food and toilet paper, broccoli. I said, my God, you mean? But nobody never stood up, and they would come in here, and it was most of my Republican sisters and brothers, and say, you're stealing, Commissioner Henderson. You're stealing. You know, we need to do something. And they would talk about me and say, stand up. I can call the name. They come back and talk. Look here, may I please finish running? I'm not against you. I'm just telling you from my perspective how I've been treated, and nobody never stood up. And they would tell me I was stealing before I could even make a comment at the end of the meeting. Guess what? They had left. And that's how I smiled and said, thank you, Lord. And even what more recently, the audit for Nelson Heights. There was a letter of engagement against me, J.C. Henderson, and I had nothing to do with it. In fact, it was we had turned it all over to my son. But where were you? Where was it worrying about me? And even Commissioner Mason, we said last time, you said, somebody was stealing. You wouldn't call my name this time, but another time you implied it was all right. It was all right. It's all right as long as it's somebody else, but when it's you. But I'm so glad that I got my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ deep within my soul. I can take on just about anything and smile and say, thank you, Lord. But hey, there needs to be a change, a big change on this board. Now you know what I feel like. And this only been a short time. What, 1 meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings then. Y'all know what I feel like, Commissioner Mason. That's how I felt. And not only was it my constituency or the constituency of the county, it was my own board members. Y'all knew I hadn't stolen nothing. Yet you let that lie go on against me, and you never said a word. But I tell you something, what my son once said. He said, Daddy, he said, calm as a mother. Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you so much, Mr. C. Just to echo a little bit of what Commissioner Henderson stated. You all sat here in the beginning of the meeting, and I asked you to do a substitute motion, and y'all saw what happened. So we always want to come up here and talk about professionalism and decorum, but when you do it to others, there's no professionalism or decorum. I've been on this board, and I just had someone attack me the other day. Had a lady come up in here, and y'all had to put her out. When I've been on this board, I had the whole entire, and some of y'all knew that people were coming up here to attack me. As Commissioner Henderson stated, where were you? So now that someone come up and speak to you and speak certain things, you want to say they're saying certain things false, it's coming at you, You want to put this on the agenda and silence their voice. Not only that, take it away after you input. The first one is supposed to be for agenda items only, and the second one's for anything. We always want to say that someone is attacking you, but you do it to others. And you don't say nothing in defense of anybody else. But when it happens to you, oh, you want to play the victim. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. And then you want to say, sir, because you direct it to me. You want to say, my constituents come up here and say something. There was District 2 constituents that were standing up here coming against you. There was District 3, District 5, and District 1 had came up here and stated certain things. See, I get blamed when residents come up here and speak. No, these residents are woke. And they see what's going on. And they tired of what's been happening over years because I'm transparent and I'm going to put out here if you're doing right or if you're doing wrong. And they're speaking up for their communities. They're speaking up for what's happening in this county, and it's wrong. But now when it comes at you, you want to silence the residents because you don't like that they're coming at you and they're holding you accountable. I have watched other board meetings in other counties and seen residents come at commissioners. You know what those commissioners did? They sat there and waited for their time to speak. And they said worse things than these people have said right here. And I've watched them in neighboring counties and never said anything. So you want to say in the last 3 years, things have changed? No, in the last 3 years, people have been awoke. And they see what you're doing. And so they're ready to speak out for the community. If Stoneleigh community want to come up here and speak about what's happening in the community, you cannot say it's being political or politics when it's been happening for 2 years, and you hid it from me for 2 years. Because if I would have known about it 2 years ago, I would have spoke about it no matter if Mr. Smith is running against me. I don't care about Mr. Smith running against me. It's wrong. And if the other community want to come up here and talk about various and they come and fill up this room, I've never heard anybody say anything when District 1 and District 5 fill up this entire room. They don't never say, oh, you brought your constituents to come attack us. No, you say, well done, constituents, for speaking up. But when District 3 constituents come in here, you want to say, Commissioner Sanders coerced them to come in here. No, they're tired. They're tired of the bull crap that's been happening over years. Y'all used to people not saying anything to y'all, and now they're saying and speaking up and speaking out. You got a problem with it. Now we want to stop people from speaking. Grow up.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a difference between speaking up and attacking. I mean, night, day, apples, oranges. There's a major difference. I think this board encourages the feedback from the residents. We want to hear that. But there is a difference. And I can tell you, I served on this board. I started back in January of 2019. And so from January 2019 until January of 2021, it was a completely different environment in this boardroom. Now, I can't speak for my commissioners that were here prior to me getting here in January of 2019, but I can tell you for those 2 years, this board, sometimes we would disagree. And we wouldn't always see eye to eye. But not one time from 2019 to 2021 did I ever have a resident contact me and say, Commissioner Mason, you're being attacked on social media because of a decision that you made. That never occurred for the first 2 years that I sat on this board. I never had to worry about individuals making false claims on social media, doing Facebook Lives that don't have full and accurate data. So yes, we have transitioned over the past 3 to 3.5 years. We have begun to do things different. Things have been different. And yes, I agree. The citizens are full aware of what's going on. Oh, how well do they know what's going on? They know. And so this year will decide and will determine what they know. And so it's out there. It's out there about what the residents know. And we're going to let the residents decide. And we're going to let the residents know, what do they know? What are they deciding? And so we've got to change. If we want to change the trajectory of this community from a positive perspective, we can't continue to do the same things and expect different results. If we want something different, we got to do something different. And we can't get the things that we want by having a strategy of attack. We cannot get the things that we need for this community by having a strategy of defaming individuals. We can't get where we need to be. And so that is exactly what we need to change. We need to have a level of decorum in this boardroom and change the whole culture and environment of what's going on in this boardroom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, Commissioner Edwards. Change mine. Commissioner Sanders.
Conversing a little bit with Commissioner Henderson, who's our longest serving commissioner, he can tell you about slander and defamation of character probably more than any of us on this board. As it was stated, one thing I'm going to tell you residents, if you have a board where everyone on this board is agreeing and nobody's not saying anything, you better watch, because something happening behind the scenes. If nobody's up here saying or disagreeing with the agenda item and it's just passing and nobody's saying anything, you better open up your eyes, because something is happening. Somebody's making something behind the scenes. If you have not one commissioner speaking up for the community and we just constantly passing stuff, you need to question your leadership and saying, why are you constantly passing things? You all pay our salaries. It might not be a lot. I can't say we five of us are not six-figure, okay? So it's not paying a lot, but your taxpayers' dollars pay our salary to sit here. You voted us in to represent you. You didn't vote us in to be quiet. You voted us in to speak for your community, to speak for the community that we actually live in. We are local elected officials. As you heard me say many times and many times before, I see you in the grocery store. I see you next door. You're my neighbor. That's why I don't call you constituents. I call you my neighbor. That's why I say that. So you put us in place to speak for you. And you have that right to hold us accountable. You have that right to hold us accountable. As many times as people have come up here and attacked me, not once did you hear me say, let's remove citizen comments. Not once have you heard me say, remove. Thank you so much. Remove citizen comments. Because why? That's your voice. Now I have my 4 minutes that I will address it, but that's your voice. So I will not be in favor. I will not vote for the substitute motion, the motion, or whatever it may be, because I don't think there should be any limitations on a resident on how they should speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Pass 3-2. Ms. Hampton.
Mr. Chair, the next item we have on the agenda is item number 12, discussion requested lease agreement updates.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I think Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Myself, as well as Mr. Jogstetter, may tag team this one. I know that during the last meeting, there were still some concerns about the lease agreement. And for point of clarity, I know that there was an issue with the rental payment. In lieu of rent, lessee shall deliver consideration to leaser by providing public programs and services to all eligible citizens of Newton County. This request is in reference to our long-term rentals, our facilities that are doing programming work. So, within the lease agreement, the lease requires that the lessee outline how the facility will be used. And the lessee shall use the property exclusively for the purpose described, in reference to the program. Another concern about the potential of subleasing unauthorized. Leasee shall not sublease or authorize any other use of the property except as described above, unless in compliance with the provisions of the uniform policy governing the general public use and rental of county-owned facility buildings. There was a question, who's exempt from this requirement? The purpose of us standardizing a lease agreement for all long-term leases is to ensure that there are no exemptions. There's a designation between those facilities that are available as long-term rentals, such as where we're operating programs out of, in comparison to the short-term rentals, like event spaces, like, you know, our parks, Turner Lake, so on and so forth. So there are separate policies governing each and are managed by separate departments within the county, and entities will sign separate lease agreements. The facilities available for long-term program operations were outlined in the policy that was submitted to the board in section I, subsection F. There was another concern in reference to the upkeep of the facility, maintaining the property and the improvements of the property. The structure of the maintenance cost is at the discretion of this board. So if, as a board, you feel that maybe we, the county, should absorb some of the costs of the leasee in terms of the day-to-day repairs, then that's a decision that you all will have to make. However, diminished costs, such as maybe pest control and things of that nature, you know, the office of the county manager believes that that should be absorbed by the leasee. Then there was a right of entry concern. Leaseor or its unauthorized representative shall have the right at any reasonable time to enter the property, and no less than quarterly for any purpose, including for the making of any repairs or alterations, or to conduct any inspection, engineering, testing, so on and so forth. The lease does not explicitly outline the notification of the leasee by the leaser to enter the property. Should this board deem it appropriate, it can be added to the lease agreement. Patrick, do you have anything to add?
I would suggest that some of these provisions are pretty standard lease provisions that you'll see in any lease. If you lease office space, you'll see a lot of these. In fact, if you lease a home, you'll see a lot of these provisions. The idea of this body of documents is in response to the concerns that the board has raised, and I think staff has also raised, that there are different rules for different tenants. And we want to try to make those more uniform so that there's not, you know, one person's getting a benefit that another tenant's not getting. The other thing we are trying to address in this is eliminating the notion of handing over a county building to someone else simply to manage it for another end user. We don't need someone to manage a building to rent it out for day-to-day use. You have a department, you have staff that can do that. You know, if I want to rent a pavilion at a park, we're set up to already do that. So the notion of this is someone who's going to occupy a building and make productive use of that building for whatever their organization is there for. We don't intend for this to be a revenue generating source for your tenant, except through their operations. I mean, obviously, if they generate revenue to provide, you know, for example, after school daycare, then obviously that would be a revenue generating thing. But we don't want them to take a facility and then just generate revenue by letting other people use it, because the county's equipped to do that. But Newton County does rely on a lot of civic organizations and nonprofit organizations to provide community services. And we're trying to make sure that available facilities are put in those hands and put in the right hands. Ultimately, this is a business decision. Y'all get to make this decision. And I think Mr. Cooper and I will adjust the lease in whatever ways y'all think is appropriate. So, but I want to make sure that the board had general understanding of the goal of this document, the big picture goal.
Mr. Cooper, you are looking for a motion, I'm assuming?
If the board is ready to make a motion, yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Henderson. Go ahead, sir.
I will raise ladies first. My question is this. I know we had talked about, and just trying to put this in the, I guess, the right perspective. Almond, probably pronounce it, am I not? Yeah, Almond Community Center. I know for years, as long as I've been on the board, I think this is my 27th year, that it had been considered a county facility. We learned recently that it's not. So I guess the question I'm asking you, Mr. Cooper, is, and I know you can do good research, is how long and how much money have we invested in that building? And we know that when it was leased, that the money went to the gentleman who ran it. And so how much money had he received over those years, and how much money had, because we were paying for all the utilities. I guess I'm on it, and I'm Mr. Cooper. Oh, so how much money have we spent in that particular building, and where are we at now? Because I think at one point that was part of the lease agreement that we were supposed to guide. You did your research, and what is the status of it now?
The building was used for several years, as you very well know, as a voting precinct. So when we talk about repairs and utilities, if I'm not mistaken, and I think I shared this with the board a couple months back, we were paying maybe the water bill, and I think in total over maybe a 10-year period, it was $1,800. We, as you stated, found that it's not a government building. We did find that out, and I know that at this particular time, we no longer have any oversight or provide any oversight to that facility.
I'm sorry, just one follow-up question. Is that, are we still paying the utility? Has that been cut, no longer being funded by the county? And
we are not.
When did we do it?
When we first found out about it, we suspended it immediately.
Okay, so it's been there since about a couple months ago, a couple days ago, 3 weeks ago?
No, I want to say probably around January, but I can get that information for you.
Commissioner Sanders.
Kind of glad you brought that up. I completely forgot about that, but I actually did do open records on Almond Community Center. And I received the records from the tax commissioner's office, and I received the records from the tax assessor office. That building has been named as a county building for 30+ years. They've been tax exempt for 30+ years, have not been paying taxes. And I asked that question to our county attorney, because if we was any regular citizen would have not paid taxes for 30 years, we'd be locked up. No excuse. We'll be behind bars, clank. And so I asked that question, and I said, so what happens? Because obviously the property owners knew they owned it, because one of them sit on the tax assessor board. And I found out from the tax assessor board that the exemptions of properties comes from the tax assessor's board. So that is the question that I have, is what is the county gonna do? This has nothing to do directly, and I'm gonna say his name, Mr. Charles Berry, is right, wrong is wrong. If that was Elena Sanders holding that building for 30 years, my name would be all in the paper that I didn't pay taxes for 30 years, and that I was sitting on the board for 24 years and I exempt my own property. I'll be locked up. So that's why I asked the county attorney, where does the county go from here? Because not only were we paying the paying the water, we were maintaining the building. So that's over $1,800, because we use our county workers to maintain it. So that's taxpayers' dollars that was utilized to maintain the building. If there was something wrong with the building, the roof or whatever, that came out of taxpayers' dollars. So what are we doing? That's my issue. That's why I said I speak up. Because now that I speak up, people have a problem with it. I'm not afraid to say who it is. So what are we doing? Do we hold people accountable? Or do we just brush it up under the rug? Because as I stated, I had to put myself in there. If it was me, it would not be brushed up under the rug. No resident in the Newton County can get away with not paying taxes for 30 plus years. I'm sorry. Now moving on to the clause. I know we had spoke on in regards to the clause, and I know Ronnie kind of mentioned the clause about the payments. I didn't hear that part. If I did, please, I apologize. There was a section in the contract that says funds have to be turned over to the county. And I was looking for a operating procedure, and as Ronnie stated last meeting, I'm sorry, forgive me, Commissioner Cowan stated last meeting that a clause needs to be put into that contract. And I want to know, that's probably would be Patrick, was that clause put in there when that resident or that the person who actually is occupying the building has an event and they might be charging a person to use the event, or they might be collecting for an event, and they have to turn those, in the contract it says they have to turn those funds over to the county. So my question was, are they able to utilize those funds that they acquired from that event that they promoted to pay for the utilities, because they're responsible for the utilities, or to pay for anything they need up in that building? So the commissioner stated last time there need to be a clause placed up in that contract. So I didn't receive the revised contract to see if it was there, but I didn't hear it mentioned. So I don't know, Patrick, if you want to comment on that.
So the short answer to the second part of your question, can the tenant use those funds for maintenance of the facility? It's not written that way, but if that's what the board elects to do, we certainly can make that revision.
Yeah,
as it is, the funds are paid over to the county and they go into the county's general fund.
Yeah, that was kind of the directive we gave last meeting. And it wasn't mentioned. I know Ronnie had to correct me on the terminology, because I was saying standard operating procedure, and you were saying it had to be a clause placed in there. Yeah, and so we kind of mentioned that the last meeting.
Okay.
So that the resident knows that if they're collecting money, if it's an event that they promoted, that's not fair for the county to take over the funding. They could use that for the utilities, because they actually had an event for a fundraiser or whatever, because it's a nonprofit that's maintaining that building. So nonprofits, they have to have fundraisers, they have to have events to maintain the whatever they're doing within that building.
So the payments to the county only apply to sublease. If they lease if the operator of the building conducts an event that generates revenue, that's their revenue.
Okay.
But if they lease it to a third party or sublet it or license it for use to a third party, that the revenue generated by the simple use of the facility is what the lease addresses.
So can we make that a little bit more detailed in the contract, because it doesn't read that way?
Yeah, we could fix that. I can revise that.
Anyone else? Can we get a motion there?
So moved.
Somebody read the motion.
We had to say the contract need to be revised.
If you have a motion, I mean.
You don't want to vote, excuse me, you don't want to vote on the lease agreement until we get a final draft.
Right.
Well,
Here's,
I think you just gave the county attorney and the county manager the revisions that you wanted, right?
But we got to see it.
I know, but I'd like see it. To read it, because I may have a different interpretation of it than somebody else.
All right.
So, I mean, let's just,
Please do it
it
right.
ain't gonna hurt us to go another.
so Mr. Chairman, we can bring the revised, document back, within the next 30 days.
That's fine. Commissioner, would you,
Can it
move
be
back your motion, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And can we, Mr. Chairman, can we have that copy sent to us in advance so we can look at it before we get to the meeting?
That's not a problem.
Thank you.
Ms. Hampton.
Mr. Chair, the next item that we have is item number 13. It's discussion funding source for the position within the Newton County Sheriff's Office. This will be presented by Ms. Brittany White, Director of our Finance Department. We also have Sheriff Ezell Brown.
Good evening.
Good evening. So at the last meeting, we had discussed a couple of funding options for the mental health position that was needed in the Sheriff's Department. I did review the ARPA list once I got back to my office the next day, and there was not the $100,000 remaining in the ARPA funds. But we have, before you have a budget transfer for this year. So the way that we would work this is we would make an amendment to the FY24 budget to move $25,000 into the sheriff's budget for the remainder of this fiscal year, because there's only 3 years left, or 3 months left, so they would need $25,000 to cover 3 months worth. And then we would put the $100,000 into the FY25 budget. So the budget amendment in front of you is an increase to our interest income, because we have brought in more interest income than we originally budgeted, and then it's an offset increase to their contracted services line item. Are there any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Guys, I seek a motion, please. It's been motioned by Commissioner Henderson and second by Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? Commissioner Cowan. That's, man, I ain't never in my life.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. We should be able to manage for the next couple of months with the correspondent pay in terms of the $25,000. I think we can manage that. And thank you for your recommendation. Thanks to the board. Thanks for
Any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item we have is item number 18, topic for discussion from the Unified Development Ordinance Amendment, temporary building permits, and the presenter is going to be our attorney, Patrick Jogstetter, along with Ms. Shana Applewhite, Director of Development Services.
Okay, so good evening. In case anyone's wondering, this is a presentation about the situation surrounding the Stoneleigh community. However, it's not focused exclusively on Stoneleigh. It's focused on the ordinance scheme under which that situation arose. So the Newton County zoning ordinance, go to the first page if you would. The Newton County zoning ordinance allows temporary buildings. It defines a temporary building as any structure having a roof supported by columns or by walls and intended for the shelter, housing, or enclosure of persons, animals, or personal property that will be used for a temporary period of time. So a construction trailer of any sort would be classified as a temporary building under your ordinance. Those temporary buildings are allowed by the approval of the, go to the next slide if you would, by the approval of the zoning administrator. So this is the ordinance scheme that, I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. I got it. So this is the procedure under which temporary buildings are allowed. So they are permitted in essentially every zoning district, in some form or fashion in every zoning district. And a temporary building is permitted unless it's not allowed in any district except when used in conjunction with the construction work or pending completion of a permanent building. So in virtually every zoning district during construction, temporary buildings can be used. Doesn't say how they can be used, they can be used. You see temporary buildings at virtually every large commercial project. There's a construction trailer. It's parked on the property, typically the architect or the engineers, and the contractors are in there. They're utilizing it for those purposes, those needs that arise during construction. And there are a few limitations on their use. The first is they shall require a building permit only. And that's at development construction sites. They have to be at least 50 feet from any other residence in any right-of-way line, and they have to be removed when the construction is completed. That is the extent of your zoning ordinance. That's all your zoning ordinance says. And understand that your zoning ordinance is for lack of a better descriptor, it is the rule book, the guidebook under which your zoning administrator must operate. So when an application for a temporary building permit comes on, those are her 4 paragraphs under which she should evaluate them. And again, I noted they're allowed in all of these different zoning districts. In residential neighborhood development overlay districts, you have to get a conditional use. In the town center overlay district, you have to get a conditional use. In the Crowell Road overlay district, you have to get a conditional use. In the Salem Road overlay district, conditional use. In the multi-county mixed business park, it's an allowed use, subject to some distance requirements. But in all zoning districts, it's an allowed use subject to that ordinance I just read you. So as long as you comply with those 4 elements that we just went through, temporary buildings are permitted, period. So that's led to the situation we're in today. So we've got some recommendations that we want to introduce, and I want to make sure you know you can't vote on these today. This is a change to your zoning ordinance. We have to go through the zoning procedures law. We have to run public notice. There will be public hearings. It'll go to the planning board. It'll come to you. The first change we want to make is to the first paragraph of that provision of that ordinance. It currently says that the temporary buildings shall be approved by the zoning administrator. I want to revise that to may be approved. And the reason is there's some conditions that must be met. The next change I want to recommend is going to be a new section, and it kind of doesn't matter where we stick this. I'll go through kind of where I think they all belong at another place. But as I mentioned before, the ordinance currently just regulates the building, doesn't regulate what you do in the building. And I don't think anybody has any significant problem with the traditional construction trailer. That doesn't appear to be the focus of anyone's concerns. So the proposed new section under the temporary building ordinance would read, no temporary building authorized under this section may be used for residential purposes on any lot or parcel smaller than 5 acres or on any lot or parcel located within a residential subdivision. Now that's just a suggestion if you want to treat it differently, but the idea here was you can't live in a construction trailer if you're on less than 5 acres or if you're in a subdivision. And the reason that I recommend you provide some flexibility is if someone owns 20 acres, they'll be building a house and they've got their trailer parked and they're living in their trailer in the middle of the 20 acres, it's probably not going to cause the type of harm that you're seeing today. But if obviously it's your decision to make, and if you feel like it should be more restrictive or less restrictive, obviously we can address that when the ordinance comes back. The next suggestion we make is that we limit the maximum time. Currently they come in and they get a permit for as long as the construction is ongoing, right? That's right. So each 6 months they come in and they reapply to the staff to extend their permit. And as long as construction is ongoing under the existing ordinance, they are entitled to be granted the permit. So what our recommendation is that we consider some limited period of time. And I don't know how long that should be, and this is a decision for y'all to make. But it used to say that building can't exist for more than 1 year, absent subsequent approvals. My recommendation is you shorten that 1 year to some other amount of time. I don't know if it should be 9 months or 6 months or 3 months. Think about how long it takes to build a typical house, probably 6 months, 9 months, something like that. And then we suggested that the period of time, that whatever you agree on, the 9 months, 6 months, 3 months,
can only be extended if they come to the board, either this board or the planning commission, however you elect to do it, and request of conditional use or some other mechanism, administrative use variance. But take that decision out of staff's hands completely and give either the planning commission or this body the ability to evaluate the facts, evaluate the circumstances, and make a decision about whether to continue that temporary building, which again would only apply to the residential use. The next section that we wanted to address has come up a lot, and that's portable toilet facilities. And again, this normally isn't a problem in a commercial building site, and you kind of have to balance the interests here. You want portable toilets at construction sites. You want those at construction sites. You've got people climbing all over these buildings that aren't finished, doing the work that it takes to build the building. You need them to have a facility. You don't want them to find the woods or find the bushes. You probably don't want them driving up and down to the convenience store and throwing all that truck traffic onto the roads. And so we're not addressing whether or not they're allowed. What we're suggesting is that you impose a new requirement. This will be a new section under the temporary building ordinance that would say if there is a portable toilet used in connection with one of these temporary buildings, it has to be kept clean, it has to be properly maintained, it has to be serviced, and it has to be emptied regularly. And the way we police that is that when they come in, and we do this now, I understand, but when they come in, they have to show us evidence that they got a contract with a septic or with a provider that does that. We also want to make sure that they're kept out of view of neighbors and streets. And the way the ordinance would address that is setbacks from streets and setbacks from adjacent properties. You also want to ensure that they're just kept out of view, that they're not visible from the adjoining street or from an adjoining property. Now that's a difficult thing on a big commercial construction site. But again, you're focused really more on street or neighborhoods and residences. You're not worried about people driving down the industrial boulevard and seeing a warehouse going up with 3 or 4 porta-johns in front of it. That's kind of routine. Unless you are, and if you are, we'll address it. But my understanding in this current issue is this is more directed at residential properties. So this is kind of what the new ordinance would look like under this recommendation. It seems fairly simple, but I'm going to talk about why I think it addresses the problem going forward. So first of all, the current section A, I put the entire ordinance up, and it's fairly obvious. New stuff is underlined. Every sentence we change is in red. So the first thing we would do is we would say temporary buildings may be approved administratively by the zoning administrator, that they can be used in conjunction with construction work for some period of time less than a year, whatever period of time it is you consider appropriate, and that time can be extended only pursuant to another procedure. We initially suggested conditional use. Your zoning staff has recommended an administrative use variance. So what these changes would do is would prevent sort of this ongoing renewal without any elected or appointed official becoming aware of it. Because both of those procedures are going to require some level of public notice and public hearing. We didn't propose changing this section that they can be used at development construction sites requiring a building permit. The new section C would prohibit the use for residential purposes on any lot or parcel smaller than 5 acres or any lot or parcel in a subdivision. Again, the 5 acres, up to you. You want to make it more restrictive, less restrictive. That's entirely up to this board. But that will focus the attention of this ordinance into the residential component. Again, I don't think there's a lot of angst about a traditional construction trailer. It's when somebody's living in it that it creates a little bit of the problem. There's already a 50-foot setback requirement, and we would suggest adding this language or something like it for the portable or temporary toilet facilities, and it's a little more detailed. But again, they are required to be kept and maintained in a clean and sanitary condition, emptied and serviced no less than weekly, placed in a location that is not visible from any adjacent residence or street right-of-way line, and then no portable or temporary toilet facility may be placed, kept, or maintained within 50 feet of any creek, stream, river, lake, pond, residence, or street right-of-way line. The notion there is let's make sure these things are put where they cause the least harm. And then to evidence that they're complying with this, they have to provide to the zoning administrator written evidence that shows there is a schedule in place and that they're adequately maintaining that service contract. So these ordinance changes will provide, I think, relief from the situation that exists today. Now, here's the rub. We can't go back in time. The existing permit in Stoneleigh can't be disturbed. It's a whole theory of law. It's called vested rights. If I give you a permit, I can't take it away from you unless it was illegally granted or you violated the terms of the permit. And y'all saw how basic the original ordinance was. I don't believe there's any violation of the original ordinance. So we can't, if you adopted this thing tomorrow, which you can't, it's going to take some time before you can adopt it. These rules do not apply to the current permit under which anyone is occupying one of these residential trailers. That can only go into effect at the earliest upon renewal. So at the earliest, when someone who's using one of these as a residential building comes in to renew the use, we can apply these new regulations, which would trigger them, like any other thing in your zoning ordinance, if there's a denial by staff, they appeal and they can walk through that appeal process. And they do have an opportunity to, if the Planning Commission or the Board of Appeals or this board decide to grant the appeal from a denial by the zoning administrator, then they could conceivably continue to operate in the property. I asked Ms. Applewhite and her staff to do a little bit of research, and we found that, I'm gonna miss these numbers, you tell me if I'm wrong. Over the past couple of years, there have been about 32 permits in the last 3 years, and these are on residential properties? Okay, 32 total over the past 3 years. 3 on residential. Subdivisions. Right. Okay. So this new ordinance would likely impact 3 people immediately. I mean, it's going to impact more people, but unless any of these non-subdivision properties are on less than 5 acres, which I don't think we went that far. We didn't dig that deep to find out. We'll find out when they come in and make their new applications. So the idea here was not that you should outright ban them, because it probably doesn't make sense to outright ban a temporary use of a trailer during a construction, even of a house. But there's places where it doesn't fit, places where it might fit. And then there's some regulatory things you can do to make sure that these situations don't drag on forever. And there's also a fail-safe. The fail-safe is if staff doesn't approve it, the owner or the person who wants to occupy it can come to the Board of Appeals or to this board and ask for permission or ask that you overrule the denial. It's no different than kind of any other use of property. There's a permitting process or an application process. If it's denied, they can appeal. So that's how we addressed it. I thought about addressing it in a number of different ways. One way would be, defining like an RV as any wheeled, a building on wheels designed to live in, but virtually every construction trailer sits on wheels. A lot of times the bigger ones, they're just shielding the wheels, or they don't look like it when you drive past it. Somebody could live in a construction trailer if they wanted to, even a traditional construction trailer. You throw a bed, you start sleeping in it. So I didn't want to define the structure to be residential or non-residential, and that kind of, and I think I mentioned to you that we may want to do that. But the problem with that is if we focus on the structure, somebody might say, well, this is an office, I'm just sleeping on the couch. So what I wanted to do is focus on the residential use of it. I don't care what the structure looks like. If you're living in it, then that's where this ordinance ought to jump in, because living in it is where the problems are solved. So that's sort of where we are now. That's our kind of suggestion about how to address this. It's going to take a little while. If we proceed with this as a staff-initiated text amendment to the zoning ordinance, it's going to have to, we still have to advertise it. There have to be public hearings, have to go to the Planning Commission, have to come to this board. There's public hearings all along the way. If you'll authorize us, we will proceed with that. And it may change over time. You may hear comments from the public that maybe there's something left out, maybe something needs to be added. You'll hear public comments, obviously, at the board meetings. The planning commission may make recommendations. All of those things will be taken into account. I think your zoning administrator, I think she's still working on it. I kind of dropped a lot of this on her, and I think we've been working on this, and she's been coming up with some ideas that I hadn't thought about. And frankly, I think that's where a lot of the septic tank stuff came from. We may change the conditional use to some other mechanism, but generally the outline, as I've shown it, is how we kind of view a way to correct the problem. You know, one of the things you don't do is you don't adopt an ordinance that addresses an individual. You adopt an ordinance that addresses a problem. So we don't adopt an ordinance that applies only to one person. We adopt an ordinance that's apply to everybody. And that's really the way we try to address it, is what can we do going forward that this situation doesn't happen again. And look, I think you will probably, you or another body, another board, will probably deal with that specific situation on a one-to-one basis before long. But as we viewed our instructions, it was what can we do to address this problem? And this is probably the most effective way to move forward. Questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Sanders.
So you stated for us to give you permission. Is that for today? Do we move? How does that work?
I think it would be good today if we could get a motion authorizing us to put this through the zoning process, to move it along, because it takes time.
Okay.
You know, by the time we run the notices and get it on agendas, I mean, at best case.
You said the notice takes about 60 days, right?
Yeah, I mean, best case to get this back in front of you is going to be June, probably the second meeting in June.
You said 3 months, okay.
Possibly, yeah. So we'd like authorization to move forward, so we can say this, you know, when we walk through the process, this came from the board.
Okay.
And you're not necessarily approving the exact language, you're just authorizing us to move forward with the process.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to give our county attorney as well as our development service director the directive, the approval to move forward.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Sanders and second by Commissioner Cowan. Any discussion? All in favor? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the next item we have on the agenda is item number 19, which is the alcohol license. It's the first reading. We have Salem Food and Gas, 3538 Salem Road, Covington, Georgia, 30016, Rajad Dervovic in District 3.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, item number 20, citizen comments. This is an opportunity we allow citizens to come up and make comments. You have 3 minutes to do so. Please state your name, your address for the record, please.
And I'm with the Stoneleigh community. Ms. Sanders and the county attorney, I want to thank you for, you know, going out for the ordinance. I do feel like it's a county issue. I mean, it's regulated by other counties about living in a temporary structure. Something else that I had that I wanted to talk to you about was I understand that people are coming up here and doing complaining and doing false allegations. I know it's wrong. In the job I work in, I've had people make false allegations, and I've had people complain, but there's nothing, I mean, you just have to listen to it, and then it's investigated, and then, you know, it comes out, the truth comes out, because it wasn't true. And I understand that. And I mean, I understand that people are not professional about how they do things. It's wrong, it's not right, but we can't control what everybody does. And also, if you look on the Newton County site, because I'm a first-time person coming up here speaking and giving my opinion and my voice, and on the website you have a Newton County Rules of Conduct for Business. And if you look at it on there in section 11010, it says, and I was kind of confused at why it says at the beginning, let me get to it, sorry. It says the Newton County Board of Commission welcomes visitors to board meetings and is willing to hear any person or persons desiring to appear before the board who is not currently announced candidate for public office. It says that in your rules. And I'm not trying to silence Mr. Smith. I'm glad he came up here to talk. I think he had a right to talk. But in your rules, it says, and there's other candidates that have been up here speaking, but if that's in your rules, you owe it to hold the expectations in the rules. You have rules in here of how people are supposed to talk and how they're supposed to be respectful. They're already here. Uphold them and uphold the expectations during the meetings. What happened with the video, that's petty. Come on, let's work together as a team. I couldn't go to my boss and show him a video of something and be like, this is what you said. I'd get fired. I mean, I couldn't do that. I mean, we got to work together. I mean, people in the community are saying, did you see what happened on the commissioners? And I never even paid attention until I had an issue that I needed to come speak my voice. And I mean, I just felt like, I feel like we can all work together. And I feel like I've reached out to you and I've heard back from you. And Mr. Baines, you never even replied back to her on her question. And I mean, I just wanted to know why you were saying we were lying. I didn't want to have to wait 2 weeks to hear what the lie was about. And then he comes up here and tells me, gives us the perfect solution that's fair to everybody. So, thank you.
Spoken to every last one of you, except for you, but I did speak to you today, Stan. Now, when we come here to take care of business. All of our personal, whatever dislikes or whatever, we're supposed to be consenting adults. Let's keep it that way. Personal things, you take it in the room, and we don't have to hear about it. If there's someone who comes up here and disrespects any of you, get them out. We have offices all over the place. We're here to conduct business. Personal feelings, attitudes, whatever is not part of the business here. And I'm surprised, I haven't been here in a while, but today was completely different than what I'm used to. Business has been taken care of. Each time I came up here and talked about those alligators, you all got rid of them, okay? Satisfied. Today was like a new arena. Never seen it before. And I think the citizens do have a right to speak about what's going on in the community where they live. You guys are supposed to set it up for us, and we follow through. And we give our comments because no one in here thinks the same. We're all different. We have our own opinions, and we're supposed to be consenting adults. Let's keep it that way. And be happy as a family and say farewell. Good night. Thank you for hearing me.
Anyone else?
I never intend to speak, but I always have to. It just happens. Annette Alston, on decorum, I agree that decorum should be had in any public forum. And the young lady who just spoke earlier said that there are rules already in place. No one should feel threatened physically. Cursing should not be. Racist and sexist epithets should be condemned. But these things just need to be enforced. However, it should be noted that proper decorum, the tone I believe that you are seeking, starts at the top. It starts with you all. And there's been a serious problem with that for the past 3 years. And so the response that you're seeing from the constituents is appropriate because it's fitting what's happening at the top. Perfect example, as was mentioned earlier, the lack of decorum today demonstrated, I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper, but that was totally and completely unprofessional. You had us sit through at least 10 minutes of a transcript of Mr. J.C. Henderson. And then you played the video of the exact same thing that you just read. Now, we were just puzzled. I'm just trying to figure out,
Like, what was the purpose and the reason for that? And I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, Mr. Cooper, but you're not helping, okay? So, these are the kind of things I know you will never let happen again, okay, because you've listened to the people here who are very disappointed with that. And people grow and learn, so this is your growing moment, okay? You're going to grow from that, okay? And never do it again, okay? I should note, Mr. Baines, I understand that 3 commissioners came to you, right? Okay, but you're the chair, and I do hope you feel better, and I'm really sorry to hear about your sickness. And I understand you being angry, but he's the chair. And so when you came to him with your angry response, just stop the meeting, stop people from speaking, And when the other 2 chimed in, yeah, that's a good idea. Mr. Baines, you're the chair. You should have said, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should you should, and you're shaking your head, but you're the chair. So you should have had a little wisdom and said, I don't think that's a good idea. We can't stop people from speaking, but here's an idea. Why don't we enforce decorum? And while you're at it, grow a thick skin because that kind of comes with your position. Okay, I've been the head of a couple of boards, and I've had things, thrown at me. It just comes with the position. You grow a thick skin. You learn how to be diplomatic. You learn how to talk to people afterwards. Okay, it comes with the position.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
I heard a couple of things mentioned that interest me. Embarrassing behavior. I submit to you that the behavior of the entire board has been nothing short of embarrassing. In fact, as Commissioner Sanders was trying to make a motion to amend the agenda, she was rudely interrupted by Commissioner Mason. So where does the respect begin is my question. Another thing I heard that interests me was that it takes 3 commissioners to vote on an item to be placed on the agenda. And if that's the case, then it tells me the real story of how the board feels, the Newton Board of Commissioners feels about tax-paying citizens of District 3. As I sit and listen to projects completed with 2017 SPLOST funds up until 2023 SPLOST funds, I continue to ask the question of where are District 3 SPLOST funds and what have they been used for to improve our quality of life. Someone said tonight this board should be about what's best for the community. I'm here to ask whose community are we referring to? Certainly not the District 3 community, because we can't even get 3 commissioners on this board to agree, nor the chairman, nor the county manager, nor anybody. None of you have the level of decorum you are asking for to support projects in District 3 with the money we have paid in property taxes and the special option local sales tax. You say the board is due respect. I say the citizens are due respect. Newton County needs to be a good government for all, not just the communities where you think investments should be made. The priority projects for District 3 should be, number 1, the sidewalks. I'm told that we received an $800,000 congressional grant for sidewalks in District 3. And that money is at risk for being returned because there's been no movement. 2011 SPLOST funded projects, whereas all other districts have completed their projects with their 2011 SPLOST funds. District 3 projects have yet to be started. The board has already moved on to 2023 SPLOST funds, whereas District 3 has yet to benefit from 2011 and 2017 SPLOST funds. When is the discussion on the park, Westside Youth and Senior Center going to be added to the agenda? Shall we also lose the $4 million grant for lack of action? Board members have said what is embarrassing to them. Well, I submit to you that I am thoroughly embarrassed that District 3 has to keep begging to be placed on the agenda for projects that were approved long ago with no action as of today, April 2nd, 2024. This is not what's best for the community. Don't just say that you want respect, give it also.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner, yes, sir. No.
With all due respect to Ms. Sanders, Callum, Mr. Edwards, and Mr. Mason, you differ on decorum. Understandable. I'm not going to take sides with any of you. I believe there needs to be decorum. I believe that any time you come before a body like this, you should be respectful, but you should be able to express yourself. Accusations, especially if they're false, there's not any place for that, and I recognize that. I'm not trying to say that. But I also will say this, from a taxpayer standpoint. You spend my money. You understand that. You not only mine, but all of these people out here and everybody in this county, you're responsible for it. So when there are questions that come up and people get heated about it, just understand, you're in the kitchen and it gets hot. Be willing to accept it and be willing to put up with the flack, for lack of a better way of putting it, and understand that you're going to probably get some stuff come at you that you don't really like. You may be accused of some things you don't really like. Now, if those accusations are false, you just got to live with it. I think all of us have lived in times and places we've done things where somebody accused us of something that wasn't true. But then again, we've probably been in some situations where maybe it was true. We really didn't like it, and we didn't like to be called out on it. Again, just making an observation there, and I'm just saying, guys, we've elected you, we put you in here. Please respect the taxpayer and respect our positions and our opinions of you, whether you like them or not, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who are here for the first time tonight, or the second time, I would encourage you to come back and learn the patterns. They exist. So, and you'll get to see, tonight you got to see my emotion. I hope you won't have to see it again, but you may, I don't know. But I would encourage you to come back and understand both sides of the story and get to see and understand the patterns that take place. It'll become a much clearer picture for you in the long run. And I'll say it again. If you want to disagree with me on something, then by gosh, stand there and tell me we disagree on it. Tell me why you disagree with me, and then go sit down, and I'll go home. But when you're going to get personal, I'm just not going to listen to it. Throw me out of office. I don't care. There's an election coming up. Get rid of me. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to personal attacks. And I don't give them, and I'm not going to listen to them. So you get respect. Before I even know you, you get my respect. You have to lose my respect. You don't have to gain it. That's one thing that's a little different about me. But that's where we're going to go. And it's not about respect for me. It's about not getting personal. So that's where I stand. You're not going to change my mind on it. So that's where it's going to be for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sir, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Commissioner Mason. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've done some great work tonight. And so I am proud of this board collectively addressing the concerns that needed to be addressed within our community, as well as how we conduct ourselves in this particular professional board meeting. And so I'm just excited to see the positive progress that we are going to see moving forward from today, and all of the things that we've discussed, all the things that we've laid out on the table. I'm excited to see where we're going to move forward from today, and the progress that not only this board but this community is going to make for a great place to live, work, and to play. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Sir, come on up.
Well, my name is Greg Howard, 55 River Show
Sanders over here. But even when Mr. Elwood came over to St. Paul, not St. Paul, Murray Church, all black people in there, you said, don't bring out the redneck in me. That kind of got me ticked off at you. You in a black church talking about redneck? So I kind of eased with that. But anyway, I'm apologizing to you guys for saying what I said. And when me and you was out in the street talking, you recorded me on the phone. I didn't think that was right, but the word got back to me. So I ain't gonna never say nothing that I'm gonna be ashamed or deny saying. But anyway, just want to apologize to you. And if you're gonna be in office, you're gonna get talked about. If President Biden and Trump had $1 for everything everybody said about them, they have all the money. You guys have a good evening.
Commissioner Sanders.
Commissioners, today I attended a cohort for the $4 million grant. It was required attendance, and our consultant was not there. It was sent to both of us. So I'm concerned about the movement of that $4 million grant because HUD has been sending us required meetings to attend. And I'm not sure if we have a consultant still managing that $4 million that's sitting there. But these cohorts are required to attend. I attended it today at 2 o'clock. And there were tons of people that were on it, and Newton County was not fully represented. So we need to make sure our consultants are going to these meetings because they're breaking down how to move forward, how to obtain the money, how to write certain things on the application, what's missing, and so forth. So if we saying we're going to keep this money, if not, we need to just tell HUD to take it back if y'all don't want to keep the $4 million. So because the consultant is not going to the meetings. Just to reiterate on the comment that was made by Mr. Smith. And the only reason why I'm reiterating that is because he stated that I'm only working with Stoneleigh for political reasons. As I mentioned, everybody knows since I've been in office, if you call me to work on a situation, I'm there, no matter what. I can send you a list. I didn't find out about the Stoneleigh situation until one of the residents posted it on Facebook. That's how I found out. I had no idea that this was going on for 2+ years. And they put it on Facebook, and I sent that directly to the county. And that's how I found out. And the residents started contacting me because I gave them my information directly. And that's when I started working on them. It is never a political issue when somebody votes you in place to work with constituents. To say they're doing certain things for political reasons, then you shouldn't be a leader. You shouldn't be in office. If you feel that any time a person is working with a resident that's their constituent, and you're calling it political, that's a problem. You don't definitely know what the position of a commissioner is. Moving on to time limits on various things. Commissioners only get 4 minutes to speak. There needs to be time limits on other reports as well because they're becoming very lengthy. So if commissioners only get 4 minutes, then everybody should get 4 minutes to speak. We need to think about that. If the constituents only get 3 minutes to speak, then we need to look at that. It's getting very lengthy. Now, when we're doing discussion and agenda items, the commissioner's going to talk about it. The commissioner's going to talk. When we're doing discussion and agenda items, that's where we're supposed to talk about it. But reports, and they're not pertaining to the issue, we got to stop that. Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. C. Mr. Cooper, if you would be so kind, could you give me a copy of the report so that I could have it for my particular records? And just to be sure that I get it, could it be open? I am asking for an open record report of that copy of it, one that's legible, that can be read or played. And in closing, I used to work, 24 years for the city of Covington, and I've been over here, I think in my 27 years as a District 4 commissioner, longest serving. I'm the 3rd commissioner in District 4 since it was created. I've never in my life went to a person that had the opportunity or the ability to hire me and do stuff like that to them in my life. I'm praying for you, and let's pray for one another, because at some point, what you gonna do? You get mad with Chairman Baines? You gonna do the same thing? You get mad with Demond, you can do the same thing. You get mad with Ronnie, do the same thing. At some point, I mean, if you didn't want to be up here and you thought it was going to be rosy, then I think you picked the wrong job. And we're paying you $150,000 a year. If I'm not, am I correct? $150,000 a year. Then I think we need for it to be a little bit better. Thank you.
Commissioner Cowell.
I'm tired and ready to go home. Have no comments.
You buy me biscuit, man. Come on. Buy me a steak. You ain't mad at me.
Got to seek a motion that we adjourn, please. Motion by Commissioner Edwards, second by Commissioner Mason. Stand adjourned.